What y'all got going for dinner? Being lazy today. I got pizza on the way.
Yo, futures is it's forming a cup and handle. Strong.
This tape is dead, man. I've been glancing at this tape all day. Every once in a while, you'll get like an aggressive buyer or seller come in, but
They're trying to bore us to death.
they're trying.
Who will be rewarded?
Scoop said mac and cheese and hot dogs. Where are you having dinner, Scoop?
Yo, Dbloc, if you
I was
look at
gonna say that
ES,
sounds like the kids got to choose. What happened?
if you check out ES minis, that looks like a perfect cup and handle. Like it's going through its little handle right now.
What time frame?
Measurement. 10 minutes, or you can do like 30 minutes. Just got that giant cup.
Howdy, everyone.
Yeah, I'm having trouble seeing the cup and handle you're talking about.
Well, if you zoom out and then you see the cup, like the
Oh, you're
there's
talking
that
this.
whole thing's the cup. That whole thing's the cup, and then it's forming the handle down here.
Yeah,
That's
you'd want to
after it
see
just
it sort of drop down. You want a deeper handle on that. But yeah, it could form. Be a good spot for a handle. And I'm you know, I'm being lenient on the tops. But on the 4 hour, I think the more impressive pattern is your higher low fractal on the 4 hour. And that trigger is, this is the trigger we've been waiting for this whole time. 6K. That would be a bullish trigger. And we'd get up closer to target 2. Target 2 was our original target from our higher low fractal that brought us out. We've been crawling out of these depths slowly.
Looks like we're still simmering downwards. Slowly but surely.
On Bitcoin? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Guess what? I paid my house off today.
You did
no
what?
more house payments. I paid the house off today.
Ah,
No more house payments.
very nice.
That's a biggie.
Oh yeah, that's a big one.
Don't owe the bank.
Congratulations, bro.
Yeah, man.
Remember, one of the biggest parties I ever threw myself was an I'm broke party, and there was nothing there because I was broke. But once I got past that level of being in debt to being broke, meaning like maybe I don't have shit, but I don't owe anybody a dime. Oh my God, bro. What? Listen, my journey was a rough one, guys. Like everybody didn't start from the same points, you know? Like I was a good deep 6 figures in debt when I started crypto. So one of my major accomplishments was paying all of that off. And that felt like
That's awesome.
$1 million, you know?
Yeah. Now I'm just gonna get a rental. Not for myself, but buy a property and rent, and then just build from there and do some house flipping on the side. Yeah. When did you are you full-time invested in crypto?
Yeah.
When did you start? How long ago did you start? When did you literally decide, you know what, I can do this full-time? How long ago was
Full-time,
that?
it's been about 2.5 cycles.
Okay.
But it was about 2 cycles before I decided to go full-time. And when I decided to go full-time, it was actually about a cycle in when I started figuring things out, and I was like, maybe I can do this full-time. Once I paid everything off and then was just everything was in pocket, then I decided, okay, I can't do this full-time until I have 3 years worth saved up. Like 3 years worth of expenses at my living at the sort of, you know, the quality that I'm used to living at right now. Can I stretch that out for 3 years? Because after going through a couple cycles, I saw what it was like to go through a bear market. And then a bear market's not a big deal. You could always short the bear market. But to go through that year, 2 years sometimes of sideways action where there's really no money to be made.
Bear market is scary the first time when it's your first cycle.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's got like a mental block on someone when you, oh, it's a bear cycle going down, but you don't realize that down can be good.
Yeah. As long as you did the right thing at the top, down is great. Every red candle is more coins in your pocket.
And you basically spot. You don't futures.
No.
I remember you saying, yeah.
This was probably the last cycle was probably the first complete cycle I went through without trading any sort of leverage. Even on options, even on legacy or anything. I will dip back in though at the top of this just to short like
That's
I
a nice
did.
position to be in though, to be able to say that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not in my risk tolerance, right? There's no the pros, the cons outweigh the pros, you know?
Yeah.
Stupid choices, Ruben. Stupid choices. I had big dreams when I was young. I was always a sort of go-getter, you know, wanting to start businesses, wanting to, you know, everything from the shady to the not so shady. You know, I grew up in the project, so my first couple experiences with business weren't necessarily the most above board. And the thing is, when you come from where I come from, you can't go to the bank for loans, right? So the guys that we go to for loans aren't necessarily the type of guys that you don't pay back, right? So being in significant debt to people who you do not miss payments on is one hell of a motivator to figure out how you're gonna get it.
Been there, Dbloc.
And also being the one that says, no, sorry.
No, you're good, bro. I was just gonna say, like, congratulations to the homie that just paid off his house, and then, you know, I'm on the same boat trying to pay off my house, bro. Like, and he's right, like, Dbloc's right, like, where we come from, bro. Like, there was nobody to give us a front. You know what I mean? We had to figure shit out by ourselves and keep it pushing.
Bro, the
Like, I'm
idea
still
of
in.
going to the bank for a loan was like okay, yeah, right. Exactly
Yeah,
how
you
that's
must
gonna
have your
work
stuff
out.
together. Like, where we come from, if you can go to the bank and like ask for a loan, you know what I mean? You got that credit game like put together.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got a lot of friends, bro, that you know they can't, they get a credit card, they maxed it out, and now you know they're trying to figure out how to put A and B together. And when stuff goes starts going sideways, like especially when they're opening up their business, because like not everything's by the book. Yeah, I can see like you go ask somebody for money, and that's definitely the type of people like Dbloc. You don't want to miss payment.
Yeah.
I also think the thing is, now I mentioned this because Dbloc also mentioned this before, and that's so true. Is whatever you're investing in life to get yourself ahead of whatever it is that your dream or your goal financially or whatever it is you want is you're on the right track when all your friends start complaining and say you're not fun anymore because you're not going out with us every weekend. You're just staying at home and working, and that's a good sign.
Oh yeah. The same people will call
Yeah,
you lucky when you make it.
or they
Isaac, the streets are
or they
dead,
just
bro.
scared.
The streets have
What's
been
that,
dead
Dbloc?
for a long time. Nah,
Mm.
someone in Isaac, someone named Isaac was like, sell crack and hustle. The streets are dead, brother. The streets have been dead for a very long time.
I feel like it hasn't been the same since COVID, man. Like you can't. It's just it's a whole different ball game. You know what I mean? It's not. It's not. The world isn't the way that it used to be. So you got to kind of adapt. But on a whole nother note, you said you was 6 figures in debt. Let me ask you this: how'd you figure out your way to get out of that?
Crypto, Bitcoin, yeah.
Or okay, that was the way you just kind of like
I
went
took
through a couple
myself
of
out of the
bull
mud with
markets.
this. That's why I'm so serious about it. That's why I tell you, any situation that you're in right now, all it takes is some motivation and some dedication on your part to learn this. Get out of all the
What was
get
Bitcoin?
rich quick things and all the people that are promising you returns and all that shit, and really learn this shit. Because if I got out of the situation that I was in, I promise you can get out of whatever situation you're in.
What was Bitcoin at when you got in?
First time I bought Bitcoin was at a couple $100.
Okay.
But at that time, we were just buying Bitcoin to go on Silk Road and buy some like exotic weed and shit. You know what I mean? Like, I can't even. I don't even want to tell you the amount of. I don't even want to. I don't want to do the math.
Oh.
If I was to do the math of the amount of Bitcoin that literally went up in smoke.
Oh man, yeah. Don't do that.
But at the time, we didn't know nothing. We were kids. We just, they told, you were told, hey, this is how you take your real money and turn it into internet money, and then nobody will ever know what you did with it. And then now we look at it, we're like, that's the opposite of what it is. They couldn't have been further from the truth. But yeah,
Who
you're
introduced you
young,
to it? How did you
you're
hear
young
about it?
and you're dumb. You do stupid
Yep.
shit.
Who introduced you to crypto?
The guy that used to sell me weed at the park.
You're kidding me.
I'm
I
so
bought my
dead.
first Bitcoin from the guy that I used to
Uh,
buy weed from in Washington Square Park, 1000%.
oh yeah.
Bought Bitcoin
How
on a piece
weird
of
is life?
paper.
Huh?
Hold on, now I'm confused. You said you bought your first Bitcoin from him. He was slanging drugs and Bitcoin.
Nah, he's just started selling Bitcoin. We couldn't get weed
That's
from him.
wild.
I
Your homie was
promise
so
you,
far ahead of the curve.
bro. Listen, we couldn't get weed from dude anymore. He was just selling Bitcoin now. There were Bitcoin merchants,
Okay, that's cool, man. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
you're
but
going
a lot
so
of it
far ahead.
was underground though, because like I said, it was kind of sold as this is how you buy shit on the internet without getting in trouble, which is bullshit. Now we're older and we realize that's complete bullshit. You can see every single transaction, follow every transaction back to every single wallet. It's there forever, for eternity.
Yeah,
Yeah, there was no
yo,
ATMs. There was no, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest to just buy Bitcoin back in the day either.
Mm-mm.
You had to know your stuff.
But it was worthless. Like it's not like how you're thinking about it now. Like it was something that was almost considered a hustle. So people that hustled
Yeah.
sold it, right? Because it was just considered like, oh, okay, yeah, this will work. But if you get caught holding a bag, whatever, whatever.
I told you my brother-in-law in South Africa, he sold his 300 Bitcoins. And at that point, it was you got 10 Rand for $1. That's how bad the Rand was already. He sold it, and I think for something like a few hundred Rand. and 300 Bitcoins that he sold. Till today, he talks about. He's like, man, he can just beat himself up on that one.
I bought my first property. I want to say it out loud. My first property for about 200 Bitcoin. Yeah. Which was a great deal at the time. Needed somewhere to live. Made the money. That's what the money was for. But just thinking back on it is like, you know.
Yeah.
What was 200 grand back then is now life-changing
like
money.
20 million or something.
You know what I mean? It's like generational wealth.
Yeah.
But you
That's
gotta.
crazy.
I mean, you gotta live, right? So you can't.
yeah.
You can't keep that from making you spend your shit. Your kid's gonna need something. You need an operation. You need a house. You want to travel. You know.
I mean, at least you didn't spend it on pizza. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
See, someone mentions those Bitcoin ATM machines. Dude, stay away from those things. They are such a ripoff.
Yeah, it's a ripoff, man. It's a way to turn people who are unbanked. Right? If you're an immigrant worker and you're getting paid daily, or you're getting paid under the table cash, or for whatever reason you can't be, you can't be banked, or you want to hide your money. A lot of it's that. Here you notice Bitcoin areas in high drug areas. Bitcoin ATMs in high drug areas.
Wait, how do those ATMs work though? I've seen them, but I've always like never actually. Dude, it's just completely untraceable? You could just get it.
It
And now
gives you,
have your
yeah,
cookies.
it gives you a receipt with a wallet address.
And
Some
can
of
you
the
put
new ones
cash
you
in
can
there?
put your own. Yep.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
Yep.
cash in and
That's
you
what
get
they do.
Bitcoin.
You come in with a big pile of cash and you feed it in and you turn it into Bitcoin. Costs you.
It's like the
But
one guy say they got 30% interest on it.
yeah, but chances are if you're doing that, you don't have any option. Right, rewind to the 90s and you would have somebody with 3 rooms of their house full of $20 bills. Like on the illicit side of shit. You know? Or you have, like I said, you have undocumented workers making $200-300 a day laboring, and that money can't go into a bank. It can't go anywhere. Definitely a ripoff, though. The guy down here that controlled all the ATM things went to jail. They got him for money laundering. He was pulling some slick shit off with the ATMs. But he controlled most of the Bitcoin ATMs. Now they've been replaced by some other dude, but almost every gas station in Miami has a Bitcoin ATM in it.
Yeah, I remember when I saw the first one. And I only noticed it because I started doing crypto. Otherwise, I'll probably just walk past it and not know what it is.
Exactly.
That's the weird thing about it. It's almost like it opened your eyes, you know? And if you look now on TV, now there's even crypto ads on TV every night. All of a sudden.
It's kind of wild. Don't have a lot of faith for this W, y'all. It's only there because the structure is there and I want y'all to pay attention to it, but I really don't have a lot of faith in this playing out. I think we still roll over. Remember our 2 big points are these 2 yellow dotted lines. Those are our 2 stopping volume candle invalidations.
You think it's going to drop past the last one?
Yeah, I think we take all of this out. Personally.
Wow, that's what we've been saying. Remember? I think it was 2 days ago. I even said to my wife, this is the longest I've waited. Took forever. Yeah, there's a lot there.
Flow's good with it. I mean, I'm not in a big hurry. I said we're already here. What I don't want to do is pop out and then have to come. We need to get this out of the way. We're running out of time. So if this move
doesn't make
really
sense,
is going to
doesn't it?
happen and has to happen, then it should happen now, or else it's going to delay. Going to delay us.
Obviously not financial advice, but basically what it comes down to, am I right in saying it's basically just the best to go down and then go up? It doesn't make sense to go up and then go all the way down and grab again and then go up past the best again.
There's not enough money,
High.
right? So
Mm.
if we're going to try to get above ranges that we weren't able to get above before, then we need to attempt those ranges with more money than we did before, and we don't have that. Right? It'd be hard enough to get above this without coming down and grabbing some liquidity. But if we're talking about getting through these big empty spots in the chart,
Yeah.
you know, good luck. And then all you're gonna do is build long side liquidity, and market maker will swing back down. And then, you know, now we're 2 weeks in and we haven't made the move yet. So I would prefer to do it now or get front run and not do it at all.
Yeah. Which I guess is also a possibility.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not as possible
No,
as
you almost have to count on the front run. The amount of times that we've got front run at major supports and major retracements, you almost have to expect it, which is why I've been setting grids at the bottom of these and not static order, you know, not just a static order at a price point.
Yeah.
Trying to hedge against that a little bit. We're going to make that W dotted until it actually gets to the neckline.
Mm-hmm.
Just because of my OCD, really bothering me to see it all too much.
at OCD. It almost feels like market maker's not in a hurry as well.
Market maker has
Taking
been
time.
at 1000% in complete control this entire time.
Mm.
If we look since the weekend, we scroll our weekend trap over. That shit has not moved. And if we go look at the hourly, and just look at how many times market makers paid himself here, right? Paid himself on that vector, that vector, these vectors, these vectors, these vectors. We're the only ones sitting waiting. Market maker's been eating this entire time.
Wow.
But I don't think the market maker is doing a job of keeping it from dropping. I think they're keeping it from pumping because of this imbalance down underneath.
Well, at some point they're gonna have to make a move.
That's why I'm expecting some sort of news event somewhere in this area that finally makes people capitulate and sell. It's that sell pressure that we're trying to stop. I mean, that buy pressure that we're trying to stop.
They bumped up the Trump Z call to potentially tomorrow instead of Friday.
Interesting.
Something might come out of it.
Oh, let me go get my shit from outside. I'll be right back.
Repeat that. What you said about Trump?
Trump was supposed to have a call with President Xi of China.
Oh.
It was supposed to be Friday, but then today after hours, a report came out that Trump could be potentially speaking to him tomorrow.
Oh wow.
So like a day earlier.
Yeah, I see there's a the FBI said that China targeted our food supply with agro-terrorism in agriculture. They actually fought 2 people. Or one, the other one is in China. I wonder what time tomorrow. They'll probably say tomorrow morning.
it's gonna be random. But that's, I mean, that's definitely gonna have some headlines. CNN was the one that reported that potentially tomorrow. Originally, it was scheduled for Friday. Wonder why they bumped it up an entire day. Maybe they've got something important. Maybe they see Bitcoin's falling a little bit. Want to give it a pump. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the markets are at a pretty critical spot. Like the SPY's right at the S&P's right at 6,000 almost. It's trying to break through.
It causes a spike. And then everything goes back to normal again or whatever. But it's going to be interesting to see what plays out.
And you have job numbers coming out tomorrow too.
Yeah.
Initial jobless claims. Yeah, jobless claims. And then Friday you got the non-farm unemployment.
People are a bit negative about the job stats coming out tomorrow. You're a bit nervous about that one.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be bad. Either tomorrow or Fridays. One of them's gonna be pretty bad. But I think the markets they get bullish because it would be bad news, good news, because that would just increase the chances of Powell stepping in.
Mm-hmm. Almost being forced to, yeah.
Man, these pops that ETH gets on these like downtrends and it just pops. It's making it almost impossible if anyone's trying to short it down. Or if you're getting in like on a late short, if you're not already in a short, it just pops you right back out and it comes right back down.
That's short bursts. Literally just staying in the same position, yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what XRP does.
Trying to hold 220. If it didn't break below, get into like the teens.
I'd like it to get to about 214. That would be nice.
It was just there, like on Friday or Saturday.
Yeah, but I want it again. I'm selfish.
All right, food's here, guys. Give me a second to eat a couple slices of pizza. I'll be back.
Don't see.
Damn, pizza sounds good. I had rice and beans for left. How's the weather been by you guys, wherever you guys are from?
Here in California, we had some thunder showers yesterday, but today is open and warm.
We're getting that on Friday over on the East Coast.
Yeah, I
Today's
remember you saying you
beautiful.
got it really bad.
Yeah, I mean it's beautiful today. 85-degree weather. I'll take it.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll take it.
How far are you from the ocean?
About an hour. Not even.
Oh,
Not
that's not
even.
bad. Okay. Yeah, it's about me. Yeah. Just wait. Global warming, 5 years, I'll have beachfront.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm sorry. Hold on. 1 sec. I got my boy's way. I feel bad. Fucked them up. You got my bad. All right, fellas. I'll catch you in a bit. I'll be in and out.
So many people that say currently that Casper is going to be the new XRP, but I don't know enough about it.
Dang, if I had gotten into Caspa when I first heard about it, I'd be looking really sweet right now. It's like double zeros. It's probably 2 years ago now.
Yeah, some people see it between $5 and $10 by the end of this bull run, but I think that's a bit much, to be honest.
That's crazy. That dang. Yeah, we were messing around with it. 0.0012, I think.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what year that was. 2022, 23.
Probably 23.
Yeah, and then it popped out of nowhere. Did a nice. I don't have a chart in front of me, but I remember it popping. I remember someone just like came into the YouTube chat one day and mentioned it. And I decided to look at it. I was like, oh, okay, I never heard of this thing. I'll keep watching it. And I think it was available on MEXC at the time, so I was just leverage trading it. Mistake. He just seemed like a bot at the time. People were just, they'd come into the chat all the time and just mention something, and then you were like, whatever, you bot.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's coming to the forefront now. Bull run.
You're the first person to mention it in a while. Are you a bot? I'm just kidding.
Maybe not. Thanks for the news update there. Shiba doesn't care. Appreciate it.
Yo, D, you online? Hey, hey. Guys, you guys seeing Tron?
Oh, what's going on with it? Is it
Check it
ripping?
out. I just woke up
Tell me it's
this
ripping.
morning, guys.
Is it ripping or dumping, dude? Just tell me.
Huh?
Is it ripping or dumping?
Ripping. Like rip rip.
Thank God. Thank God. Have a Tron lawn open from the bottom. Maybe I can keep my portfolio afloat. Let me see. Let me
You
see.
seeing
Let
it
me
right
see.
now?
No, I gotta. It's on weeks. Switch.
I got an alert and I just looked at it. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not ripping, dude. Like a god candle was there. It's not. It's definitely not knifing with the rest of the market. That's good.
Yeah, that's yep. I think it's
Something,
one of the
bro.
only layer ones that's kind of not listening to everything else.
We need a rally on Solana, dude, before it goes down to like 140. If not, yeah, it's just.
Well, were you the one who gave the updated me yesterday about what Pump Fun was about to do?
Yeah, but then you told me it's 2 weeks. I'm like, that's enough time to get us to like the 60s, 160 at least. I can close out some of these longs. I thought I didn't know about the date, and then you said 2 weeks, and I'm like, that's some time away. Maybe like days before we'll see like a liquidity siphon, but between now and then the price should pump. Should pump. It's looking really bearish, dude. It just seems like you just keep getting flush after flush.
Yeah.
I was telling you in the morning, I was like, I think we're gonna flush. It looks like a flush is coming. But Bitcoin didn't flush that hard, but everything else just flushed.
Dude, Tron just broke a major
Yeah, it is ripping.
major
It is.
trend.
I'm in a long in Tron since 24. That's not even that low. 24 cents.
Next resistance is at 27.8. If it passes 27.8, it's free to go wherever it wants to go. Wait a minute, is Tron the only coin that's actually not corrected from its high?
I bet you it is. Maybe some
It is.
random.
It is. Look at it. Look at it. I'm looking at it in the one. It's still
Yeah,
in
it's
that
still
range and it's about to
flags.
break it.
Yep. At least it's the only main coin, one that actually like has volume and stuff. You know, there was something I saw on Twitter. It was a few weeks ago that Tron and XRP were like doing some stuff on Twitter, and they're like a big move might be coming via XRP or Tron. I didn't look into it, or maybe someone just said it in the VC. I don't know. But I mean, XRP is holding 222, so there's a potential that if we do pop out here, XRP runs first. XRP does feel like it wants to run. It's just been pulled back right now. The Sui looks dead. I think the Sui hype's gone, man. Hype took over the Sui hype, literally. When it flipped it in market cap, and then that hack incident, like Sui's price action has just been weak.
There's a huge gap underneath this price. If you break this final support, it's a huge gap.
Yeah, most alts are like right at their like support levels before candles down.
Yeah, Tana gave this gave her TA on Sui. It looks a little bullish, but there's this huge gap right underneath this price. If we break this gap, it can fall all the way to, based on her, like 2.3.
I mean, it does support at 310. It does have support at 310. 310 and then yeah, 290. 290 is like the base. 289. Or did I say 210? 310. Yeah, 310. And then 280. I don't think we knife here. It feels like it's gonna knife one more leg down, but we got tomorrow. It's the jobless claims, and then you got Trump
Yeah, that
potentially
doesn't
gonna have a
affect
phone
the
call
price much.
tomorrow, and then I feel
Jobless
like
is
one of those things is gonna potentially move us a little bit. Probably Trump, and then Friday the non-farms and unemployment numbers.
gold looks horrible in the 1 hour.
Everything looks really bad.
Oh,
Everything
wow.
looks really bad.
Looks
Except
really
Bitcoin.
bad.
I mean, Bitcoin doesn't even look that great, but it's just hanging around. It hasn't really done
Yeah, it's just
anything.
hanging around, right? At least
It has
hoping
not
for
done
something better.
anything. It's been like this since
Yeah,
Saturday.
Solana looks like trash at the 1 hour.
You know, Solana looks like it's about to die, dude. Solana looks like about it needs to. That's what I was saying. Like we got 2 weeks till whatever event happens with Hunt.Fun. It should have one rally to like the 60s, like 165. 165 is the target that I have, but when it got to like 161, and then the Pump.Fun news hit. It's been down only since then.
We did hit what, like 162, 163.
Yeah, it bounced from right where we're at right now. We got to like
Yeah, we
150.
hit
And
163, and then Pump.Fun released the news, and it's like,
yeah, it missed my
bye.
target by $2. But so if you look at Solana, it does look like it's forming a head and shoulders. On the 1 hour, you got the left shoulder. There's the right shoulder. Measured move is like 144, 42. Meanwhile, the S&P's has back-to-back bullish signals. It's got a cup and handle to the upside. It's got a inverse headed shoulders to the upside. Crypto is on my back, dude. I knew it. Every time, man. Every time S&P pumps, gets high, crypto hangs a pullback. You know, part of me thinks they do it because a lot of people are going to be taking profit off of stocks. You know, like especially in the next couple of weeks, if it does break out of 6,000, starts approaching new all-time highs, people are going to take profit, and a lot of times they're going to be sitting on cash and they want to put it into something. And if crypto's ripping, and crypto never rips while stocks rip, it's always the opposite. That's why I was thinking a FUD event will happen, which will only center around crypto, like not even like a global like event. It's just gonna be a crypto centric like narrative, because then like if you're taking profit from your like TradFi, like if you take a profit from your Nvidia or whatever, Nvidia just hit a new all time high, Apple just hit a new all time high. You want to put your money into maybe crypto, but crypto's pumping also. The smart trader's gonna be like, I don't know about that. But if you've got crypto and like a downtrend, people will be more likely to put their money in. That's how I've always thought that because it seems to always coincide. Whenever stock markets are ripping, approaching all-time highs, past all-time highs, crypto's got some type of FUD narrative going on with it. Either an exchange or hack, or I don't know what this time will be. Before it was easy. It was always like Gary Gensler would be the FUD narrative. Like he would instantly, like it'd be instant, bro. I would I was looking at, I would always trade crypto alongside with TradFi. Like whatever TradFi is doing, crypto was following. So I had levels in TradFi, like SPY, S&P, NASDAQ. I was like, okay, it's about to break out. Crypto should follow. Boom. Gary Gensler hits us with like he's going after MetaMask, or he's going after this. What the FUD narrative would be this time, other than an exchange exploding? But I don't think an exchange would explode right now. This week.
We're going down, boys. Oh my goodness.
Not yet. Not yet. Got one more pump. Hey.
Yeah. This is too weak for an up. I mean, look at this volume. It's horrendous. I was expecting Asia to put some volume into the chart, and it's nothing. I mean, like, just to not really prove a point, but just like to show you how ugly it is. Just go to the 1 hour. Doesn't even look like a trend. It looks like just like a straight line, but it's like declining slowly and painfully. The 1 hour just looks rough to look at.
Yeah. Hey, Trump, dude. Trump, some bullishness tomorrow. I mean, that the call with President Xi was scheduled for Friday. There's two world leaders, and this was announced on Saturday that they would be having a phone call. Scott Bessent said that they're going to have a phone call on Friday, and then right after market hours today, CNN puts out a report saying that they've moved up the call to tomorrow. Why the urgency, dude? Why the urgency?
The economy needs it.
Maybe the charts need it, and they're like, you know what? Let's get the call on the market tomorrow, pump it a little bit. And non-farms, they probably already got cooked. So it's gonna come in bad. Market probably pump on it. Boom, dude. I saw at least that one. And then next week CPI, we'll get a pullback. Maybe. Imagine Powell having to deal with both. CPI comes in, inflation is creeping back like really fast. But on Friday, unemployment numbers go up. Now he's dealing with an unemployment potential crisis and inflation roaring back, which is probably what's going to happen, honestly. And he even said it. He'd be like that. He said it in one of his speeches. He was like, the worst thing that could happen is if both, because they have two mandates, right? It's to focus on price inflation, and then jobs. Like jobs is the other mandate. But if he's at, and he so far they've only had to deal with inflation. Like jobs have been strong, so they've except that one time last year where they thought jobs were slipping, so they did a cut. They immediately did a cut when they thought jobs are slipping. But if jobs are slipping and inflation comes running back on next CPI print, and boy, Powell's gonna be a little pickle. That would almost guarantee like a recession. And probably markets probably nuke off of that. Oh, this is crazy, bro. They're just gonna keep nuking it. Hype still looks good though. I've actually, and it pulled back, but it's actually still looking. Oh, that you remember you saying has anything else pulled back out of their uptrend? Hype is one that's still kind of up there. He's forming a cuff and handle also actually. Yeah, if hype is forming a cup and handle, that should bring it to like 4 to 6.
Yeah, I still have my hype long from the other day. Remember when I was calling it out?
Yep.
And I saw that bottom, and then we did a retest. But I did take my initials out. About 30%.
Yeah, dude, I just drew a fib from on Bybit from its previous all-time high, which was 35, to the low. The fib extensions go to 42, 46, and 51. And if this is looking like a cup and handle, the measured move goes exactly to the second fib extension, which is 46.
The 1.618 is at 45.7. Yeah, so around 46.
If you look at Bybit, the 1.618 for me is at 51.59, and the 1.414 is at 46.35. Yeah, because Bybit, I mean, different exchanges have like different pivot points because they listed at different times. Bybit's all-time high was that, at least previous to this one that we just broke, was at 35.71.
The high is at 40.
Before this new high,
and the low is at
$10. I'm doing the whole chart, like all the way to the high from December.
All right, yeah, that's a little too macro. We gotta figure things out.
It gives you like the whole picture of like, okay, because especially when you have price discovery, you want to see like, okay, like where is it gonna go from, like if it just broke into an all-time high.
Yeah, but trends break, right? So like, I mean, if you're in
yeah,
the
no,
1 hour,
sure.
it's a pretty healthy break of trend, that downward trend from 40 to 30. creating this entirely new trend at the current
Yeah.
moment, and it's bouncing really well on the fibs on the 1 hour.
Let me see what the fibs look like.
Yeah, it looks like it wants to bounce on 32.8, 32.9, 33. So if you do the fib extension from the high of 40, high of 39, and then all the way to this beginning of this new trend.
Yeah. Then it goes to I see it. I see.
You see it? You see what it's
Well,
correcting?
the only thing is, like, from a measured move standpoint, if this drop of 39 to like $30,
Yeah.
my little line I drew from the measured moves goes past the fib. It goes to like 40. Yeah, the 1.618 is 45.
Yep. That's healthy.
It goes a little bit past that, but but then do like the entire chart, it goes right to. Either
I
way,
see your 54. Your 54 is at 2.618. The 55 move.
Yep. But like if you were trading it, right? I guess it wouldn't really matter because the fibs, yeah, they're about the same.
Yeah, they're about the same.
Because like if you were trading this and you took profit at 46, not 46, you would take profit at 45, and then it goes to 46. Either way, you still took profit, pretty close to where the measured move would go. Because there is that one more layer level up that it most likely will push to. Like if you're a trader, especially if you're trying to short it and you enter your short at that one that's locally, and then it goes to like 46, and you're like, oh. But I guess it's better to have both, so you know to potentially enter at 45, have your stop loss above the other one. Yo, we're getting a little some buys, some relief. Thank God. Bro, I was dying, bro. I entered this Solana long, and it's like a high leverage long, and I'm like, come on, just hold.
Damn.
Damn on what? Like, let me know what you got.
And I was just reacting to his Solana trade.
No, still in danger though. Feels like it's just gonna come right back. Like if Solana breaks 152 or 150, it's definitely going all the way to 142. Needs to hold 150 or 152. ETH has been so strong, man. It's just been at 2600, 2610. I think a little bounce. Oh wow, hype. Dang it, forgot. I just jumped in a hype.
Oh
hype
my
long.
God, I can't believe I was on mute the entire time. I was gonna say, like, if you know, people can say there's a difference between
You're,
and
you're breaking
people
up.
have to get rid of their sentiment on ETH because the only two coins right now that are out of range is ETH and Tron. I can't believe I'm shilling Tron. And Tron is a great indicator if there's like Tron moves when retail starts, like retail and whales start making more USDT or transferring or moving, buying. It's so crazy.
I just jumped in a hype long. Hype looks like if it can break its previous all-time high, it's about to break this triangle out.
I'm still watching Bitcoin.
You know, hype. Ever since like you did mention it, and I never used to watch it, but one thing I noticed, I put it on one of my charts. Like I have like, I've got like how many charts? It's like eight, 9 charts that I watch. You know, like a list of charts, and
Yep.
hype is a good indicator of like a recovery or like potential pullback. Like it'll be one of the first to pull back, and then it will be one of the first to pop up before like
Yep.
start catching up.
When
I did
it's
notice
like
that.
Tron. Tron's a great indicator of movement. When
Yeah, but
Tron
Tron is usually
starts,
pretty stagnant. I like I'm in Tron, but it doesn't really have that much volume, not as much as hype.
oh no, of course, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, there is a difference of how much money you by moving stable coins and how much you make,
Hype just broke
right?
out of the triangle.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
that's good.
it popped. It's already popped, but it's at least a sign of strength.
Good. I'm on a very tight SUI and ETH long right now. Even though that's a bear flag, I'm just gonna ride it for a bit, see.
My 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 goal is I think if we do get like a ridiculous rally to like 107, 110, is to close out everything there because I feel like there will be like some type of news driven event that could potentially bring us back down. It'll be quick and then and swift back to like take this either 100K level or 102 or potentially even 97, I think. And then that's the entry. And while that happens, I'm just thinking out loud. While that happens, stocks are ripping. They're all at all-time highs. That would be sort of like a invitation to people that want to take some profits and get into crypto on the dip. Yeah, there's a statistic that this whole dip that we've had with tariffs and everything, like on the stock market,
Yeah.
It's been the most amount of retail buyers that have been buying this dip and in the history of like stock market. Like
It's the only way to get new people and new money into the market. You can't expect retail to get in during a parable, like no
that's what
way.
I'm saying. That's why I think that we'll get like a nasty dip while markets are ripping, like stocks, and then those same retail that's been like heavy in Nvidia, Apple, Tesla, whatever, they've taken profits somewhere there, or if they want to take profits at that point, I think they'll be used to buy the dip in crypto. Hopefully,
Yeah, I was like, I mean, like I was telling my friends, like, 100K is like such a great place to do a bounce. We can't force the chart to go parabolic at this, like, at this price.
yeah. But the thing is, like,
100K.
if you realize it hasn't gotten there, so it's waiting for something to push it there, and but it also
Yeah.
wants. I think they want to make sure that enough buyers step in to support that price. Like,
Yeah,
and
because
I think
people have to hear about the news, and it should trigger them to look at price
exactly.
price.
Yeah. Like right now, if we just grind down there, or at 104,
No one's gonna buy
it's
because
not
it
gonna
looks
make
like a
headlines.
dying. Yeah, it's gonna look like a dying chart,
You
right?
want headlines, man. Like a drop from 110 to like 98, 97 in a blink of an eye. People are like
Yes, sir.
scrambling. And that's when I think a lot of people would be like, getting alerts on their phones and like transferring money over, jumping in. And obviously there's also
Mhm.
people that are already in crypto are gonna be buying, but if they want to get out, if they want to get outside money. So if you think about it, a lot of the outside money is still locked. It's a lot of these like stocks that really haven't made new highs yet. Like Nvidia hasn't even made a new high yet. And a lot of people that are in Nvidia are waiting for a break of an all-time high. There's a lot of retail in Nvidia. Tesla used to be the number one retail go-to stock that retail would buy. That's why Tesla did so well like in like 2020, 2021, 2022 was all retail jam-packed in. But then retail left it and went into Nvidia in like 2022, 2023. Retail is the number one, or Nvidia is the number one stock that retail buys. My bad. I lagged out. I sure didn't say anything. Or could have even heard me. Is it me or the chart's just like frozen?
It's moving. It's moving.
Hey, everybody.
Yo, yo.
Okay, so we were talking earlier today about the 30-minute time frame and how we needed to close back over the 50 EMA and the 200 that's up above it, and reclaim that 105 420 pivot point area. Well, we're coming up on that chance to do that again. Sometimes it takes a little longer than what you might think. So we have to break the line here at 104,888 and make a new high, and then attempt to climb over that 50 EMA. You see right here, it's on this downtrend line, this red one, goes right through that, cuts right through that 50 EMA. And so then we would want to get up on the left side of this right angle, or the white angle, the closest to the left we can get, the better. That would mean that we would cross over the second 105 288, which is where the 200 EMA is. And so I'm looking to try to close up over this wedge right there at that pivot point of 105 420. So we want to go from 104 420 and not go under that, and go back up over 105 420. What a deal. So let's see what happens here. If not, then we're going to risk having another lower low, and that would be probably at 104.6, and then moving down below that 104 420 area that we just talked about. So then there would be actually another ascending angle just below that, and then we'll see what happens from there. But right now, let's see if we can't close over that 30-minute 50 EMA.
Yeah, XRP looks pretty good, actually. It's forming like a little bit of a triangle. Dude, we gotta get a rally. Get a rally. Solana forming a little bit of an inverse headed shoulder on the 1 minute.
So I can give you a little perspective here on the 1 hour. See how the 1 hour price is just over the 13 and has left behind the 5 underneath and then the 13 here. And we're at the basically the chin or the bottom edge of the cloud of the 1 hour chart. And then if you see here, this arrow and this dotted yellow line, this is our area that we need to cross, and we would like that 5 EMA to come up and over that. And you see these arcs, this is from the fib wedge that is pushing our direction up and to the right. And here over this top of this circle, so we have this border to get across right here, purple, and price is right there, right at this little section. So first we need to close over that, and that would be the, you know, the 5, the 10, the 15, and the 30-minute chart. And then here on this blue dashed line, just under it is the 50 EMA. And if you see this angle of the red arrow, that is the, you know, direction that we want to go on the ascending angle. So we want to leave behind this, and we want to trade up over this and close over this yellow line up here. And if you see here, that gets us over the head of the 1 hour time frame. So I'm going to pull this down a little bit. So we'll be going through this ring if we cross this number right here. And that is 105,049.3. Then this red horizontal will be the next area because you have an ascending angle that is resistance, this white one. And in order to achieve between this ring and this ring, we have to be along this ascending angle. And if you remember, I had this ellipse. Well, that ellipse has its edge along here. So if you remember this black dash or dotted arrow, let me show you what I mean. You see how that ellipse that I drew that looks wide and expansive on the earlier time frames, here it looks very narrow. But the point is that we've gone from this ring through this one. Now we're in between. We're in the middle of this ring and this ring. And we come out the top up here. And that top is 105,652. But we would like to close over 105,742. Because if you notice, coming back from the left side, we need to get past the overall resistance of the 30-minute to be up here in order to gain back access. So this is our path, as I talked about it earlier, to get back over this pivot, because we were in between two pivot points. So now that's why we need to close over the 200 and the 800 on the 30-minute chart, and then bring us back up into this previous support. Or now we need to make it support again. You know what I mean? We broke it. So now we're going to go over that again. So we want to go between this yellow dash line and this one. And it'll be along this rising wedge area right here. So we want to break out of it on this line. This is the most bullish part. Remember, we tried over here, but we failed. So now those moving averages have descended some more. And then we curled over a little bit on this 1 hour. And now we would like to close back up over it. So you can see here, here's the dip. And then here would be the curve back up and over. Because right along this top edge is that 200 EMA. All right. So that's what the goal is. So that's what the purpose of this is for your eyes, you know, to see that we want to stay within this ellipse here and not fall underneath it. So we've done a pretty good job. You know, we could have fallen underneath down here along this angle and broken that 104,420 support, but we didn't so far anyway. So we have to just see, because if we don't close over this, of course, then all this turns down, and then we have to the same process again, and we might lose that, you know, kind of permanently. Well, not permanently, but you know, for a while, because as you can see, we've got this wedge. So we want to exit out of the top here, and then continue to make a higher low, and then break over higher high. So that number here would be the 106,660 something, 660 something. What was it? 660, 643. But then my mouse might be a little bit. Yeah, 650, between 640 and 650. So that's why this number 106,708 is here along this blue line over the top. Okay. So there we go. Now let's put it back on the lower time frame so you can see if we're making progress. Alrighty. So we're at the top. This is the volume profile. I hear this gadget is the indicator, and that floats along your chart on all the time frames. You can put that. That's called the AAVP. You can use that or not, but I like it because it helps to define those volumes levels, and they kind of match along what I have anyway, but it helps for the confluence. Anyway, then now we're testing this line. Remember I said we want to be on the left side of this white arrow. All right, so let's see what we got there. So right now we're above the 200 EMA on the 5-minute. So that is very good. We just don't want to have it lose that and reject. And then you can see how you could fall down way here to the tip of the time frame, and then go back under that 50 EMA right between this space, which would be 104.898, and then down here, which is where the 50 MA is underneath it, is curling up at 104.8. So we want to hold up over this 200, grab this 800 up here. That's the goal. Okay. Along the way, we're going to have some up and down volatility. It's always going to happen especially when you're fighting against the current. We've got this 800 and the 200. We're fighting against that. So we have to have a lot of, buy pressure coming up over here. And you can see that 200 MA is underneath this time frame. So we want that 200 MA to come up through here. That's the orange line. I'm trying to get it highlighted here. Let me just take this off. That's what I use is MA cross. And so here is the pink. I use pink for my 200 MA, and I use orange for my 50. So the 200 is up above the 50 on the 5-minute chart. Okay, there you go. So notice that this red ribbon has at the top of it the 800. So we want to go from prices right now, close over that 200 MA, keep along this angle, get that 800, and then continue to make higher. But we are going to have a little bit of volatility in here. It's just expected while this turn takes place.
these charts aren't even moving. They're like frozen.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. Nothing too big though. Little milli here, little milli there. 2.1 million, 1 million. Slowly warming up though. Yeah, the bulls are still here. We're not leaving. Be careful with those shorts. Yo, Quad, heard you're shorting Doge. Watch out. I'm about to make some calls. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Anybody that's been following ZBCN, it is now listed on BTCC for futures trading. Just a heads up.
ladies and gentlemen, the blue shall be summoned into the island. Prepare your snacks.
Some big buys coming in.
Big buys coming in. We warming up. This is just warm up.
Just a warm up instead. I agree. Bro, never mind.
I'll be right back.
Your fart point is getting sold off heavy right now. Mess with the fart no more, dude. Was Biden talking somewhere? We're getting Biden pump right now? And Biden's giving some suggestions not acted on. It's ridiculous. False. Yo, Biden. Here we go. Rally to 110.
Rockets, rockets, rockets.
We get an instant red candle all the way back down. I'm gonna throw my mouse at my monitor.
Like that 6 hour might give us a bullish engulfing on Bitcoin.
Six hours. I don't even have a 6 hour time.
Your mic's coming in and out. I don't know if it's me or if it's you, but it sounds like your mic's like cutting in and out a lot.
I have a fan blowing it. What about now?
That's better.
I don't even see a 6 hour time.
Man, don't sleep on the 6 hour time frame. 6 hour time frame is where it's at. That's the real deal. 6 hour will show you the way.
Oh wow. Bullishing golfing. Imagine, dude, this one bullet. This how much is left in the 6 hour? 3 hours. This 3 hours, we go all the way to one swift move.
Yeah, you're coming in real staticky for some reason. Static here.
Yo, Drew. What about now? Still static. Yeah, that 6 hour do look bullish though. big sales.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in.
Drew, is my mic better now?
Count to five.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Man, looks like Elon's stirring the pot a little bit. He's retweeting some memes, making fun of Trump's new spending bill.
What's going on, yo?
What up, Dbloc?
I told you Elon was gonna try to create some distance as he got out of there.
Yep. It's interesting what's unfolding.
That is kind of funny though. Just come straight home and be like, "Yo, this Trump guy's tripping, huh? It's crazy."
Yeah, I know, dude.
Like what?
Flying, dude.
Like, bro, you would
on
just
some Evil Knievel shit, like straight up.
kind of
I
gaslight
was
us.
thinking, yeah, I'm like, what's the angle right now? And I was thinking angle, and it seems like he's already kind of gaining extra support of people that dissed Elon about 2 months ago.
Yeah, that was the problem. That was the thing. You lost 50% of your market, probably more than that. Because if you remember before all of this, most Republicans were like, "Screw Elon." Most Democrats were like, "He's trying to save the planet." So that shit hit business, bro. I'm pretty sure that hit sales. Now he's trying to gaslight us all like the last 6 months didn't happen.
Might be doing it for personal safety. Also, I'm sure he's getting death threats. More, I mean, he probably was getting them before. They've definitely probably increased a lot more since he took that role. I think he was talking about it on Joe Rogan. Like he wanted to say something on Rogan, but he was scared to say it about like some findings that he had found within like the corruption that he's like he was scared to say it on Rogan. We had a nice vector candle up and a nice vector candle down.
This shit is just messy. Rain. Oh.
Yo, all I know, if Rand Paul runs for president, I'm voting for him. I used to get down with his dad, Rizzy Pizzy, Ron Paul.
Oh.
He just need to shave his shit and go bald though, because that hairpiece he got on is
Oh, you mean Rand Paul? Yeah, I was
yeah,
just
that
looking at that.
hairpiece he
I'm
got
like,
on
yo,
is crazy work, bro.
not only that, sometimes he just rocks the grease. I'm like, yo, shower up a little bit. I know you woke up and had a rum, but dog, come on. public figure. You can't be rolling around greasy like that. I like this dad a lot, though.
Yeah.
What's interesting is KRS-One put me on to his dad. I didn't even know who Ron Paul was, and then KRS-One dropped his name. I'm like, oh, let me check it out.
No, Neve.
Yo, Ramon, what's the chart? What's it saying? Fat cap straight letter from Philly. A word? A word? What you see? What's up there?
Nah,
On Dbloc's chart, I see it.
if it was a
Word,
Philly,
W-O-R-D.
if it was a Philly tag, it would look more like this. You got to be top to
You
bottom.
stretch it out a little bit. I see the W.
Yeah, you got to be
I
top
see
to bottom with the
word.
Philly tags.
These candles and moves are getting kind of crazy. Feels like a big move is coming.
Yeah, we'll figure out what the news story is later. Excuse me. Nah, you don't need a news story for it to go up. There's already buy pressure. The news story is needed to make people capitulate.
There's another drone attack underway right now on Russia by Ukraine. That's the second one.
Yo, you believe those numbers? That's crazy work. 33% of the nuclear long-range carriers destroyed. That's an effective ass attack, bro. I'm sure
But
those
didn't
drones came from Ukraine, but that intelligence came from somewhere else.
they were like $200 drones too.
Yeah. Europe had a big hand in this. I mean, think about who benefits the most from those long range. Ukraine doesn't benefit from that. You don't need long range tactical carriers to hit Ukraine. You need them to hit Europe, though.
Yeah, they're about to go in because right now Putin, he's like, you know what? This is an illegitimate Kiev regime, and you guys are turning it. And that's his his shtick right now, and he's gonna flip the switch.
Crazy,
Things
bro.
might get spicy this summer.
That definitely makes you happy to live on this side of the world.
So I'm trying to sell my apartment ASAP in Romania, man. It's like right there by this port, and like the U.S. made a base there. I can like see it naked eye. See like warships right there from my window. And Putin just called up the Pope. So I don't know if he's trying to get the Pope's blessing to, to do something that's bad when Putin
Hey,
calls up the Pope.
yo, Pope, I'm gonna need some penance for this shit I'm about to do.
Yeah, he's gotta have that
The
blessing.
Pope is like, I don't think you can like premeditate it, bro. It's not how it works. You're gonna have to come by after whatever crazy shit you're thinking about. He called him on FaceTime, and the Pope just looking at him like, bro. Didn't even say nothing, just looked at him, give him that Pope look.
It's a new pope too.
So it looks like Putin on the phone call he had with Trump, he told him this was today. Kyiv had tried to sabotage the Russia-Ukraine talks, the second round of which was held in Istanbul on Monday by launching targeted strikes on Russian civilian sites in Ukraine. So that's what Putin told Trump today.
And when they announced those peace talks, we were laughing. We're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, right.
Right.
But I'm surprised that Kyiv made Zelensky made, kind of broke the truce, not Putin. I thought it was gonna be Putin breaking the truce.
I didn't think there was actually a truce because wasn't Putin still
Well,
attacking?
they were in talks. They were in their last stage, and Trump was pretty much brokering the deal right now. So Trump was pissed because they did this supposedly without informing, and it was like,
Man, I don't know that.
Kyiv's going rogue.
That intelligence came from somewhere. They knew exactly where all those bombers were, bro. And they knew what was what. They knew what to hit, what not to hit. That wasn't
Kyiv
some
claims
fly by night shit.
40 military aircrafts. That's what Kyiv said they got. It's a big attack. I haven't heard
Yeah,
too much
so
of
was
China
Reagan,
though,
though.
man.
So was Reagan, though, DX.
What's up with the China's president? Dude's like missing or something? He's been MIA. Where's
Oh,
he at?
I didn't hear about that.
There's a lot of talk that he's just been like kind of MIA right now. People haven't seen him lately. Insiders saying that his exit could be imminent amid internal pushback within the Chinese Communist Party, suggest a managed exit may be underway. Ooh, what if China gets a new leader? That could be interesting, right?
think that's a forever job. But they're puppets just like ours. The party still pulls the strings. I don't think it's like North Korea, right, where dude is the final, basically God, final say. I think the Chinese presidents still get puppeted.
I have a feeling Putin's not a puppet though. That's a different case there.
Yeah, Putin's another one that's like North Korea. But that's why Trump has so much respect for them, though he speaks so highly. That iron fist. Like he respects the control that they have over their country, but there's reasons for that, right? It's like you can't purposefully not meant to have that sort of control over the US government, even as president.
Do you see videos of those Chinese amphibious landing craft? They're like these huge ass boats with like bridges on them, and the bridges land on the sand to just mass invade type freaking thing.
Nah, but I seen their version of the Cybertruck, and that shit can go 5 feet underwater, and you can make it float if you want on anything more. If that's a passenger vehicle, I can just imagine what they're putting into their military tech.
Yeah, I think they do that stuff just because I don't know, man. I think they do that stuff just because they can show that they can.
Yeah, so now
Every time,
Trump's on the same. He's on the same page with Elizabeth Warren now.
You know something's up.
Something's up, man. Something's fishy in suburbia. He tweeted on his Truth Social Network, "I'm very pleased to announce after I agree with Senator Elizabeth Warren on something. The debt limit should be entirely scrapped to prevent economic catastrophe. It is too devastating to be put in the hands of political people that may want to use it despite the horrendous effect it could have on our country and indirectly even the world. As to Senator Warren's second statements on the $1 trillion, I like that also. But it would also have to be done over a period of time, as short as possible. Let's get together, Republicans and Democrats, and do this." So he's like, "Yeah, let's have a party and just get, borrow some more money."
Nothing scares me
Yeah,
more than when those two camps are on the same side, bro.
yeah, for real. Something's fishy, man. I don't
Nothing
like
makes
it.
nothing gives me bigger concern, man, than we can get those two to agree about something. Like, oh
Yeah, we gotta
boy,
go.
wait a minute.
We need to get
Why do I
Rand
feel
Paul
like we're the
groups,
ones
man.
getting screwed in this deal somewhere?
dude,
Exactly.
we are. We're totally screwed between both parties. That's why the whole tribal party thing is BS.
Yeah.
The
Because we're
yield is
all
coming from us.
Too funny.
I feel like with that whole debt ceiling thing, it's like Groundhog Day, man.
Trump's trying to get his liquidity wherever he can.
And it's just like not even hiding it, just like straight up,
Bro, the
like, yo.
balls of blowing through $882 billion on that TGA account and then being like, we need to raise the debt ceiling. Like, you just blew the emergency account that
You
you're
know what though?
supposed to
I
dip
think,
into whenever we hit the debt ceiling. What happens now? There's
yeah,
no
I think,
TGA and you want to increase the debt ceiling?
yeah, but I think they know something. Remember 9/11, $3 trillion just went missing, and like everything was fine, like nothing happened. So there's some kind of glitch that they know of
Only
that it doesn't
thing,
matter.
only thing that would make sense, and it would shock the world, but I would probably be the only person on their side if they said we're going to increase the debt ceiling and we're going to print dollars until they go out of style, and we're just going to buy Bitcoin until people will no longer take our dollars.
Dude, it could be like that. Like something along those lines is not too far fetched, straight up. Like it's fiat's, I think, by design to fail. Like they know this, Not like they're trying to save it. They're just gonna like run it out the door. I'm just always thinking back, how can they just nonchalantly let 3 trillion disappear right after
That
the
shit
day
didn't
after
disappear.
9/11?
If they're
I mean,
not
who?
looking for it, they know where it went.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Those
but
are
it's still out
that
of
type of thing is to fund black operations, in my opinion. Like those type of things are to fund like high level
yeah,
black ops that they can't get.
CIA stuff and
Yeah,
all
stuff
that.
that
Like
they
like
can't
Golden
get.
Domes?
Yeah, or big, grandiose ideas like a golden dome.
The Golden Dome's probably, I mean, I don't know the tech behind what they're going to try to
I
do,
think
but
it's the
it's probably not
coolest
going
of
to be
all
too
ideas, to be
special.
honest with you. It's a way
They
better
just,
idea than the wall, in my opinion. Like just because we've never had to prove it, right, doesn't mean that eventually we're not gonna have to stop some shit that's coming in. And what I like the most about it is it's supposed to be defense against hypersonic, and to now we
but we
don't
already
have
have that.
anything. Well, not that covers the entire country though, right? It's supposed to, man. It's just covering, right? It's just setting everything up to where anywhere in the country, if anything happens, there's something there to shoot it down.
And it covers the 51st state.
Which we assumed, I think we all assumed that shit was already set up like that. And it's kind of like scary to think, oh shit, so we've just been hoping somebody doesn't do something crazy all this time?
I mean, I thought we had like ever since back in the day, we had like Patriot missiles set up everywhere.
Mm-mm. No, not everywhere. Obviously, Washington, military bases, stuff like that. Coastal cities for the most part. I'm sure New York has some defenses. It's really, I mean, let's keep it real. It's really just a big check to the military industrial complex. But, I mean, it is necessary, I guess.
But like I've always said, like all these things that we wonder about, like we find out they're true. Like 9/11 was done by the U.S. government. The 3 trillion was gone. The all these things that JFK was killed. Like, okay, like hey, come out and say all this stuff and it's true. Like, what is anybody gonna do about it? Too many people are playing with their iPhones and playing video games to even care.
Well, first of all, nobody will believe it. They already flooded the zone.
Yep.
There's
So it's
already
like, why
so
not?
much information out that anytime you hear anything, nobody believes it, so it doesn't matter. That's why I'm like, why even, there's so much shit out there, bro. You drive yourself crazy thinking about that shit.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, when we find the truth out, like, they're the top dogs. They're the scariest entities in the world. Like, you're not going to do anything to them.
Mm-hmm.
Hillary Clinton here.
Nah, my old heads used to tell me, be careful when people stop hiding their intentions. As long as somebody's hiding their intentions, there's still something you could do to stop whatever they're planning. But the second they stop hiding it and they start doing shit out in the open, it's because they've decided that there's nothing you can do about it.
Yep. Yep. I have a friend who's a total, like, he goes into the physics of the Twin Towers and the Building 7. And I said, okay, dude, okay. Let's say they come out and they just say, we found out what the administration did. I go, what are you going to do in the next 5 minutes after you find that news out? Like, tell me what you're going to do. He doesn't have an answer. Like, I could say I told you so.
They didn't erase the gains if you took profit, Atamo. Atamaru. Got to get into the habit of taking profits until dominance is looking like it's going to come down towards the 50s and stay there. Even if it's not 100% profits.
Dude, I never knew how good paying through PayPal is. If you ever
Yeah.
get services from anyone, man, try to pay them with PayPal because if they don't perform the services, you can hit up PayPal and get your money back. I'm about to fire this other lawyer that's slacking and dragging his feet. And he's thinking he got paid, but I'm about to revoke his. Ow!
Yeah, PayPal is the shit.
But it's also a reason why a lot of retailers are moving away from it too.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't do it fraudulently, but if you can prove, that it's like, all right, you contracted someone for a service and they didn't perform in the time that they're supposed to perform, it's like, it's good that you can hit up PayPal and say, hey, can you reverse this transaction because I didn't get my service?
No,
One of
I
the
agree. I love it.
one
I
of the
love
worst things about e-commerce is how many chargebacks you get from people. A lot of people do that.
I mean, if you got a good relationship with your credit card too, and you've been a good customer, it's easy to get things refuted.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I've maybe done it twice my whole adult life, and both times it was easy. They were like, "Okay, we believe you because we just see your pattern."
Yeah, there's been times I've written some checks and the job wasn't done properly, so I just call the bank up and I cancel this check before I cash it, please. And they'll do it. And then they go to cash the check and they're like, oh, bounce check.
What are those numbers next to people in chat? Those like number 2 and shit.
YouTube gives you like XP now when you chat, and there's a leaderboard.
Oh God, that's all we need to incentive.
Now it's weird. It's weird the way it works. It's not like straightforward. So it's not like spamming will get it for you.
So it's analyzing the subject matter of
I
what you're
I don't
saying.
think it's that deep either. I just think maybe it's like points for posting and then points reduced if too many consecutive posts. So that's some sort of little algo they got going. But I've seen people that are at number 2 post and post and post, and number 1 just sit there and not post anything at all.
Okay, that's
Just
cool.
coasting.
That's cool.
It's just chilling. But if you click on their crown, it'll show you the leaderboard. Like right now, number 1 is 75 points ahead, so he's good money. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He doesn't have to post for a while. And Shiba's in 3rd place. Shib just needs 25 points to get in 2nd here. And yeah, since the streams run for 12 hours, then obviously the people who've been here the longest have an advantage. Yeah, I agree, Al. Something like that would make sense. There you go. Serbo said, I got my own crown.
I don't know, sir, but that looks like the Crown Royal symbol. Are you indicating that you're intoxicated?
It's like Trump just signed a proclamation to ban travel from 12 countries. Afghanistan,
Didn't have.
Myanmar, Chad, Republic of the Congo, Guinea, whatever, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen.
Oh, I'm good. I didn't have any immediate.
Syria.
I didn't have any immediate plans within the next 3 years.
So Syria wasn't in there?
No, actually, he's been talking a lot with the Syrian guys. He's been friendly with them. Like,
I know, that's why I was saying he just opened up trade or something with them. I can't remember
yeah,
what it was.
they've been doing a lot of stuff with Syria. It's actually interesting that they're doing stuff with Syria right now.
Neve, what would you need the monitor for? Is it like a side monitor, main monitor, vertical monitor, gaming, just a trade? We need details, brother. Main monitor, you want as many pixels as possible, in my opinion. I think a good size is like 34 inch wide. And then if I have to be completely honest with you, curved monitors get old.
Yes, I was just gonna say, do not get a curved monitor.
I kind of wish I would have gone flat, bro. I'll be completely honest with you. One, I mean, it looks cool, you know, but you're giving up a little bit of pixel space.
I'm telling you, man, large flat screen TVs, HDMI cable, projectors, bang boogie woogie.
I have
Well,
two
we do.
32-inch 4K that are flat. Those are probably my favorite monitors. And then the rest of them are curved. The 49-inch, a 32-inch, and a 30.
We do eye tracking studies that work with curved monitors, and they have a 7% failure rate of tracking objects over a flat monitor.
Don't get me wrong, the setup looks crazy. But, I mean, end of the day, not really what's important.
As much as I hate California, I got to give them props. They just passed this, what's it called? The 68-0 vote on bill to accept crypto for state payments.
68-0 is crazy.
Yes, so they're embracing crypto after a bill allowing state departments to accept digital currencies, and unanimous vote, and now it's headed to the Senate.
Neve, if you get a 34-inch ultra wide, then when you go dual screen, it's like having two regular, you know what I mean? So you can, since you only have one monitor, you could have your charts on one side, you could game on the other, you could have your charts on one side and other shit. It's just hard when it's just one monitor. Ultra wides are good for that.
See, what's interesting right now, crypto transactions under DFAL, so they're defined as any digital representation of value that is used as an exchange, but is not legal tender. Imagine if one day it becomes legal tender.
They can't, because then they can't double tax it like they do. If it becomes legal tender, you can't tax me for holding it because the appreciation went up. You can't tax me for spending it.
Right, but that might be to their advantage and they find something else to tax. You know, like if the dollar goes out the window, hyperinflation or whatever, digital dollar comes out that's issued by the Fed, has nothing to do with central banks. They call that legal tender.
It's all accumulation, guys. I want you guys to get used to the habit. Whenever you hear the word accept, just think accumulate. California is accepting Bitcoin for taxes. California is accumulating Bitcoin with taxes. Tesla accepts Bitcoin for cars. Tesla is accumulating Bitcoin for vehicles.
They do not accept Bitcoin for cars.
No,
Only,
they don't. They don't accept it for anything except for the stuff with the freaking a mug that says.
now even that you can't use Bitcoin. Only Dogecoin.
He knows what's up.
Yeah.
As much as I want digital currency to be in the hands of the people, it's probably even more important that it gets transferred to the state, because then this, you know, an institution now has more Bitcoin. So when they pay, they're transferring, in theory, they're transferring their Bitcoin to pay some parking ticket.
Yeah, indirectly you can buy anything with crypto here, but for a company to take it directly is a different story.
It's interesting. Constitution on Article 1 and Section 10, only gold and silver are money. But it's strange. No one wants to accept gold and silver. So no one's really following the Constitution anyways, right? Because if the stipulation on Article 1, Section 10 says only gold and silver are money.
Yeah, but that was
It's the Wild
before
West out
Nixon.
here. Yeah.
When Nixon took us off the gold standard and clawed back all that gold, that was an end to that. It was illegal to accumulate gold for a time.
So did Nixon's party, did they add
The
a amendment
Republicans.
to the Constitution?
I can't remember exactly how it was done. I can't remember if it was done through executive order or.
Probably did it shifty
I'm
at
really
a Jekyll
not.
Island or something.
I'm really not sure.
It's crazy how we got bamboozled with the whole Jekyll Island thing. Nobody voted for that.
Oh my God, can this price do something? This is rough, and we're on the 5 minute. Like
Man,
usually
I'm
we come
happy as
down to the
long as we're
5 minute just to watch this thing move, but
I'm happy as long as we're up here, man. As long as chilling, I'm good. I'm not gonna ask it to do anything.
Well, dude, I had this theory that when Starlink got out on the Marine Starlink got out on the boat, that all of the high-end crypto traders would be trading on their boat when the weather got better. But obviously, I'm wrong.
that sounds good. That's like the dream, right? They
Yeah.
trade for a living. All you need is your laptop. Black sand beaches somewhere. Just trade for 1 or 2 hours a day and live your life. Right. We've literally been going sideways for an hour. I mean, when I say sideways, I mean within a $15 range on $100,000 asset.
Gotta love it.
Jeez. This is rough, bro.
Yeah, but this is what we wanted, man. Think about it. Remember, it's like it was Bitcoin to hang out
Yeah.
above
No,
100K
yeah,
for
you're
a while,
right. You're
slowly but
right.
surely, if we're patient, we know these alts are gonna wake up. You know, it's a sleep. They're sleeping giants, and they're just like they're getting nudged right now.
The
Coin's
problem with it going
hanging.
sideways, though, is that it's so vulnerable to sudden news.
Problem with it going sideways is that I'm trying to entertain YouTube. I'm about to have Discord just start sending in TikTok dances. Whenever Bitcoin goes sideways, we'll just randomly throw on Discord member TikTok dances. Keep it lively in here. That would be funny as hell. My bad. My mind just went. Just imagine Wooney's video.
Yo, we going sideways. What we gonna do when we go sideways?
The fact that you set that up.
Get ready for the pump of the pump of the pump. We gotta get ready for the pump of the pump of the pump.
This just sounds like you're on one of those old school synths. Like you got a synth tube in your mouth. Remember those, the white ones? And you would just talk into it and it would do like the weird, like Herbie Hancock, like old videos of Herbie Hancock using that.
I don't know. I kind of went the Stephen Hawking route.
Same thing. Same little tube thing. My boy in elementary school had that shit. He had like a hole in his neck. He had this little thing. He sounded like that all the time. Boy, did he get a lot of shit.
I know that's what I was gonna say. That's
Oh, he got a lot of shit. That's how me and him became friends. I was never a bully, bro. I was never a bully. I used to like to bully bullies. So like I'd end up like chilling with these kids. Not because like I had any love for like the like the weird different kids. It's just I hated a bully that thought he was tough but only like picked on weaker people. Like that should to this day drives me crazy.
Well, I'm the same way, man. And I'm not even saying I'm capable of even like I have no business being a bully, but I can't stand bullies either.
Oh no, there's plenty of bullies that I probably shouldn't have bullied because it didn't end up good.
Dude, I went to high school. Well, I went to he was in middle school and high school with a kid who had his hands grew out of his shoulders where he had no arms, and I was put into martial arts when I was 6. You know, during the days that Sean Vaughn Clan, damn Chuck Norris days where karate everybody was doing it. I just stuck with it, and he became friends with me, and nobody touched him, and I never got in a fight, but it's just that I think no one wanted to do the F around and find out. But he's on my Facebook today. He's still alive, but man, he got so much crap. They kept calling him Flipper until he became friends with me, and then they.
I'm trying
Dude, me too.
I'm trying to hold it together here, bro.
I had a lemon drop in my mouth for a second, bro. Yeah, I was.
Yo, kids are screwed up, bro. Kids ain't shit.
No, I'm not lying. It's
No, I
funny,
believe you.
but...
I totally believe you. Oh man.
Yeah.
Nah, it was already bad because I thought you were gonna say that you took him to karate with you because he was getting beat up. So like I was already fighting the mental image, and then when you said Flipper, I lost it, bro. I'm sorry. I should be more adult. I should be more adult than that.
Dude, life is funnier than comedy. Like it just really is.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm sure you probably had a good get that guy out of here, bro. Who is that guy?
No, I'm not a dude.
Oh boy, that's
What are you talking about?
Definitely a dude.
Hey guys.
What up,
Thanks
bro?
for having me. I love the year. Crypto
Welcome.
Cypher to the moon.
Yeah, yeah, buddy.
I wonder how tomorrow's news, if Trump's going to do stuff, how it's actually going to, what it's going to do, because at the moment it's obvious that we're going sort of downwards. I just wonder if it can change direction. I hope not. I want it to go down further first.
Yeah, it seems like we're gonna have to pay for whatever direction we get here. Like it's not gonna be swift, you know. We're definitely
Well,
gonna pay for
I'm
that.
going to have to be on standby because if we go up, I don't want to go up. I want to go down. Then I'll have to be on standby to buy.
Yeah. Yep, yep.
I'm bargaining on buying low. If that's the case, then I'm just going to have to jump in. That's my problem at the moment. My situation.
The way I see it, we are over the pivot point here. We're also at equilibrium. We also have below the daily open for today and the pivot point for today, which tells me that we're able to pump a little bit.
Pump it, pump it, pump it,
There you
rockets,
go.
rock.
So my blood is green.
Let's go, Bitcoin. You heard the lady.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That's not what I want to hear, BJ. I'm hoping for the dump here. I really am.
Hey,
It
good
looks
evening,
like we're
everyone.
going down, but I mean,
Evening.
anything can happen with Trump. I mean, we'll just have to see tomorrow. I'm just going to have to be on standby because I've been on standby since Friday. I'm so tired
Us,
of
bro,
this.
all of us.
Like,
Watch the 50 EMA on the hourly. That'll be your first sign that things aren't going in the direction that you would like them
50
to
EMA,
go.
yeah.
Yeah, the 50 on the hourly. We've been fighting with that thing. We peaked up above it, you know, for a little bit, got knocked back down, and been struggling. If that pops, then you have something to worry about. As long as we're underneath that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just like some smaller intraday movement.
You're talking about the MA, not the SMA, yeah.
Yeah, the EMA. So on the slightly bigger time frame than the 1 minute, the 5 minute, that dominant pattern is still the W. Our stopping volume candles haven't invalidated. We're really struggling with the right side of this W though, right? But it is still making its way up, and it hasn't invalidated either candle or the W itself. So we are in a bearish channel though. So there is bearishness showing within this pattern, but we're not confirmed either way yet. Yeah, until you break down, you'd have to break out of that flag and start invalidating these stopping volume candles, and then you could be like, okay, this is breaking down. But this could easily just pop up, come over. Either way, something's gonna invalidate here soon. Either the W will be invalidated or the bear flag will be invalidated. Unless they literally just torture us and keep us sideways for the next 6 hours within that range.
Ramon, is that how you say your name? He's like, I'm going to open mic night this week to try to do stand-up comedy, and I'm going to literally stealing the flipper story. Gonna have to transfer some crypto to my account for that.
Dbloc, what's the difference between a double EMA and a triple EMA?
I think one of them comes with a smoothed line, I believe. There's some triple EMAs that are simply there's some triple EMAs that are simply just 3 EMAs that you can put to whatever value you want. And then there's some that happen to be 2 with like a smooth line. Most of them you can really put whatever you want in them though. Most of the decent indicators you can set whatever you want on those.
There's a lot of community ones on TradingView, but then I got a double EMA and a triple EMA, and then just your normal moving average ribbon.
What is it that you're trying to do?
I've got my SMAs that I normally run,
Mhm.
my MAs, and I like to run it on 21 and 200. I've never tried the 50, so I actually want to put the EMA in that you've got on the 50, but I'm looking for the right one.
Okay.
as an indicator. But if I put my EMA in, then it just brings up double EMA and then triple EMA and then moving average ribbon.
Are you already
And
using the trader's reality for the vectors?
no.
Then I mean you should probably just snag that, and then even if you want to turn everything off, you can just use the EMA ribbon that it brings. And it already comes set up 5, 13, 50, 200, and 800. And you have the
Which
cloud
one
on
is
the
that?
50. TR main, Trader's Reality main.
Oh, okay, because I've got the liquidation levels. I've got my ACP, my trendoscope, and then I got my parallel channel going.
Yeah, TR main will give you, it's just this. It's this indicator here. It'll give you your psychological ranges. It'll give you your vector candles. It'll give you your EMAs. But if you just want it for the EMAs, you can shut everything else off. I mean, I don't know why you would want to shut off the vectors, but you can if you want to. It actually comes with a lot
Looking
more
for
out
the
of the
TR
box
main, but
too.
I don't see it. There's the TRM strategy. Is that the one you're talking about?
No, just put Trader's Reality and then look for the one that's called TR main. Like TR_ main. Like this.
Oh, I see. Main. Yeah, gotcha. Is there any specs on that you do?
Yeah, you can look to see how I have it set up. Just let me know when you want me to scroll.
Okay, yeah, I got it here. So if you go to your input.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to see there. Let's see what is your, so I've got 12, 12, 6, 24, yeah, 12, 24, that's fine. It looks like you got, I got everything the same.
Yeah,
Looks like you've
now
got
I've
the
got
standard
all of
going.
this turned off here. Everything on the here, everything's turned off. Turned off.
You have your labels turned off as well on your average daily range?
I've got the average daily range and all that turned off. The only thing I pay attention to is the psychological range, the daily open. But you can leave all of that on if you want. It'll show you that. It'll show you the daily range, the weekly range, monthly range.
Does it become too cluttered in your opinion?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's the problem.
Okay, cool. Oh wow.
And then these
Jeez,
are
okay.
the market sessions, right? If you turn these on, show market sessions, then it gives you, it'll give you your legacy markets, right?
This is
Frankfurt,
insane.
Tokyo, Hong Kong.
Yeah, I'm just on, shows me Hong Kong. That's insane.
Yeah. I don't use
This
them
is
because I use these market sessions, which are the market maker market sessions. So, but yeah,
Where do you get those?
it's a lot.
Yeah. Where did you get those?
It's just market sessions. It's called market sessions, the indicator.
Oh wow.
But yeah, my my OCD doesn't allow me
That's
to
when you
keep
think
all
you
this
know
shit on the
everything,
chart.
huh? Yeah, I actually like the market maker session times more.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're trading legacy, right? If you're trading,
Yeah.
if you're trading legacy, it's more important to know where all those small sessions are. There's only 3 major markets that move crypto when it comes to liquidity providers. Really, just Asia, UK, and US.
Thanks for that. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. True.
I'm deciding what time I should get up tomorrow morning. So I literally have to sit with my finger on the button. I don't want it to go up. If it goes up, then I'm going to have to jump in. We'll probably talk at about 10, I guess. That should be 7 our time. 7 Western and Eastern. And 11-ish, I guess, if he does. And then do we have Paul talking tomorrow? Jerome, is he talking?
Tomorrow we have unemployment claims at 8:30, and that's about it.
Oh, that's early.
Yeah, 8:30
It's like
a.m.
5:30 Western time.
Non-farm payroll came in horribly.
Why is everybody so negative on the unemployment? Don't you think that it would be better now that we actually moved up a bit on it? I'm a bit
I
confused
think
about
people
that.
confuse that bad news is good news for us. Unemployment being this bad is good. Non-farm payroll changed from a forecasted 111,000 to 37,000. Right. What we're looking
Exactly.
for are catalysts that make Powell hit the big green switch.
Mm.
You know, and they don't tend to do that until things look like they're broken.
Mm. I'll give it to him. He stuck to his guns. Jeez.
Yeah.
He did not fold. That takes a lot. I'm telling you now. I think there's a lot of pressure coming his way
Can you
behind the
imagine?
scenes that we don't know about.
His executive
He gets
assistant is probably the real MVP here. The amount of calls
Yeah.
that they probably deal with and just probably don't even pass the pile. Like, look, I'm not even gonna bother him with this shit. I already know what he's gonna say.
Yeah.
Psycho Greaser with the super chat.
Plus TikTok dance
We try, bro. We
best
try.
TA ever.
Synth voices, TikTok dances, a little bit of TA sprinkled in.
Vocoder, yeah.
That was not a vocoder. That was me.
Totally. Sounds like you. Chipmunk.
Don't call me Chipmunk.
Damn, you sound just like that girl on WhatsApp that wanted to talk to
Say it
me about
slowly.
Bitcoin the other night. That's crazy.
Say
All
it
I want is
slowly.
the ticker. What's the ticker? Give me the ticker. What's the ticker?
Talk slowly. Can you talk slowly?
Give me the ticker. What's the ticker?
Talk slowly.
Give me the ticker.
Drew, were you trying to scam Dbloc the other day?
Dbloc. No way.
Your hammer is set high, Dbloc.
What's that?
Your hammer is set high tonight.
I'm giving it some room, bro. I'm not trying to get too cocky here.
That's the OCD kicking in there.
Hey guys, this side V action is kind of boring, right?
Yeah, I've had
Guys, I'm
funner
gonna
nights on the charts for sure.
Okay, cheers, guys. We'll talk later.
Take it easy, brother.
Goodbye.
Good night.
That's all right. Nights like this are good for getting shit done around the house.
Okay, Google Video will not allow me to make a teenage boy with hands coming out of his shoulders.
Thank
Can you
God.
call this boring? We're about to have rockets, rockets, rockets. This is just the calm before the storm.
I was trying to make a quick flipper video and it's not working out.
I love Flickr. Flickr's so cute. Sometimes I talk too fast and my own voice doesn't catch up to me. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, you're freaking
Do we know who
everybody.
that is,
You're
or
freaking
that's
everybody
still
out, bro.
anonymous? Do we have it pegged? Who's talking? Oh, no, no one knows.
My money's on Drew. I think he's enjoying that new microphone.
Or the super chat girl got out of her cage.
She went fully autonomous.
It's a little weird, not too much, but
Big buy coming, big buy coming.
Look, it's only weird if you thought Drew sounded cute, okay? That's the only time that it's weird and you got some soul searching to do.
This isn't true. I'm a super chat lady. Super chat.
oh, it's true. I
It
didn't
came
have
to life. This is what happens.
Drew, you got a new toy or what, bro?
You calling me a toy? I'm not a toy. I'm real.
You're a real toy, yeah.
No, I'm a real thing.
Dying. Decent time for some nicotine.
Anything interesting on the news today?
It has been an eerily sort of quiet news day.
That's what I asked.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm appreciating the break, to be honest with you, but
Just a little weird to get it midweek, right? I mean, like, it's felt
yeah.
like a weekend. This whole week has felt like a weekend. And then when we back up and look at our weekend trap, right, it kind of makes sense why we're still in that same range.
Yeah.
We were here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and now Wednesday. We're back in the same spot.
I just joined, so I mean, maybe you already covered this, but any sentiment about that whole visit to 98, 99K? I heard one of you guys saying that.
The visit to what?
Gonna hang out with the click, next to the clicker to go ahead and make your buys.
The visit to what? I didn't catch it.
To 98.99.
Well, yeah, I'm looking for a move down to 100. I could expect a wick underneath. I wouldn't expect anything under personally, and I'm kind of expecting to be front run, which is why my first target is at like 1017. But yeah, that's sort of what we're looking at. We can ignore what's happened within this range and just say we're going sideways in the range. If we pay attention to what's happened in this range, we put a clear bearish channel and we've broken out of it. And we're in the process of retesting it and breaking the lows. It's just very slow and drawn out. We literally were in a $15 range for over an hour. I kept checking the chart to see if it was frozen.
Yeah, I did that a couple times. Man, did I lose my signal? You know how sometimes TradingView will get stuck that way.
Yeah.
It's weird, but yeah.
Bro, they stopped and started this tariff pause or this tariff hiatus. I don't even know when the hell the official date is. I know the official 90-day pause comes to an end. We've got that on the chart. We're not there yet. As far as this China on and off thing, I don't know, bro. I don't know. In my
Yeah,
opinion,
I
two
think
things have to happen. He's gotta let China save some face, and I think we're already seeing that because China can't go back to their people and look like they got bitched by Trump. So China's already saying, I mean, Trump's already saying shit like, oh, you know, this guy's a great negotiator. He's a tough guy. He's, you know, all of that type of shit.
yeah, it's hilarious.
It's
You know, when
you
people say
have
that.
to.
No, you got
It's
to read
theater,
between the
right? It's
lines.
political theater. You gotta give, bro.
Totally.
You gotta make the other side feel like they got something, even if they know that you got them. You gotta at least let them go back to their people and look like they didn't get rolled over.
Yeah, being a good negotiator, I think, involves that
hmm
100%. Make
Especially when
everyone
it's
feel
somebody
like
with
they got.
ego, right? Like,
Yeah, totally.
and China's the same.
Yeah,
China probably fought over some shit that they were willing to give, ended up giving the thing they were willing to give anyways, and Trump thinks he's letting them off easy, and they're like, we would have, that was easy. We would have given them way more than that. We would have pushed. I don't know. I know the movie's gonna be dope. Whenever this movie comes out, whoever writes it, I'm watching.
Yeah,
I'll be
yeah. There's a
there.
couple of movies with this whole Trump scenario. I'm sure you can get a couple movies out of it. There's got to be a series coming up at some point, down the line.
Probably somebody already working on an AI
Oh, for
movie for
sure.
it.
That's kind of cool though, isn't it? That we don't have to wait for Hollywood anymore. Like somebody
Yep.
eventually will put together just a dope AI movie that everybody wants to watch, and it'll just randomly catch fire.
Yeah, man. All the actors have been put on notice.
The movie's right in
Bro,
front of you, and it's coming out tonight. This movie will pump in Crypto Cypher coming at past midnight. Some call it Doge after dark. Some say Crypto Cypher after dark. Get ready for a rumble.
Now we know it's true because he's talking about Doge.
I'll be sort of surprised if, well, I don't know. I guess nothing surprises me nowadays. I'll take it back.
The world is the stage, my friend. You know.
I just think it's dumb how so many people, like, how long ago, when as soon as Trump made his first deal, we were like carrot in the stick. It's obvious. Don't get all worked up about the big scary first proposal. He's gonna, come back on that. And what's
What do they call
crazy
now in
is
Wall Street?
the
Taco
taco trade.
trades.
Yeah, but you know what's really crazy? You know what's really crazy about that is that he's kind of letting people look at it like, oh, they're getting the best of it. Like to get the best deal, even Trump with the ego that he has is willing to take a back seat and say,
He
yeah,
knows.
I had to give whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, he knows 100%. He knows that's part of the negotiation. That's the what the art of the deal. That's
hmm
part of the art of the deal.
yeah. And so I told everybody they needed to read that book. Like, if all this shit is making you nervous, go read The Art of the Deal.
Yeah.
And he's been running the same play for the last 50 years.
Oh, really?
Yep. Come into your business, hostile
China's listening to you
takeover,
right now.
threaten
They're all
to
ordering the book.
threaten to fire everybody in the business, threaten to chop it up and ship it out for pieces, scare everybody, then come back with a counter offer like, look, well, just slap my name on it. Just give me 25% of profits. And you guys keep doing your thing. He was a king at coming in with hostile takeovers and slapping a gold Trump sign on the front of your business.
Hey, how long has it been since his show was on? That
What was
apprentice?
that? That was like late 80s, early 90s or something?
I wouldn't say I didn't want to date myself, but it has been a long time, hasn't it?
I have no idea. I know it was a long time
Nobody
ago.
else is saying anything, so that means
The Apprentice. The
you need to
Apprentice
be
went
50
into
or
the
50
Late
plus to know what it
90s?
is.
no, it went into the 2000s, man. I
What show
think.
you guys talking about?
The Apprentice.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that was like 2000
I
like
only ever
5.
saw repeats, so I really don't know when it aired. I know it was old.
But
Like
it
when
was
I
on
saw
for
it,
like
it looked
wasn't it?
old.
Gee,
He had to
wasn't it
give
on
it
for
up
like
to
Want
two
to
run for
have
years though?
Google?
president.
Yeah, let's do that. I think it was on for a bunch of years though.
Yes, it was on over 12 years, and he had to
There you
give it up
go.
to run for president.
Oh, so wow, so that it ran a long time then.
Yeah.
That shows how long it's been since I watched like broadcast TV. It was on the networks, right? It wasn't like on Netflix. It was on the actual.
It was on NBC.
Yeah, yeah.
PNBC was it maybe? Or
Just
I know
regular
NBC?
NBC.
it ended
NBC.
around the time he started picking on Rosie O'Donnell.
Had pretty good ratings too.
Yeah, yeah. Because you never there was always a twist. You could never figure out what was gonna happen.
And everyone hated Donald Trump Jr.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, man. He didn't have anything better to do but pick on her. He called her names and stuff, and
Oh, it's
when
fact.
they were going,
Every
he
other word
called
was
her.
fact.
He called her. I think he called her a cow or something.
Yeah.
I think she called him some things too, though, right?
She's got a horse face.
It was a two-way hate
Yeah.
relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty funny actually.
Gotta love when
You guys
when
probably
rich
heard this,
people
but they
troll
say
each other.
there's a very thin line between love and hate, and I think that's true. So the more people hate each other, the more there's a certain amount of
Tension.
probability or percentage that they're a lot alike. I don't know if you ever encountered that scenario.
There might be a
How does it
backstory that we
go?
don't know about.
Yeah.
You know, they met at a Diddy party one night. It went left. He said, "I'm gonna ruin your career."
Oh man, that's horrible to even think about.
I'm not sure. How old is Netflix? Netflix
Oh,
has been.
bro.
I know Netflix has been here for a while. When they did the, when you used to be able to order the DVDs, but I don't know how long they've had series on. Yeah, they
Well,
had the
they put
DVDs for a while.
yeah,
Netflix killed Blockbuster.
correct. That's what I
I
was gonna
want to.
say.
I
Yeah,
want to say
exactly what I was gonna
07.
say.
18 years.
Who would have ever thought that that guy was gonna be president?
Him.
It says it started its DVD mail rental service in 1997 and launched its streaming service in 2007. So it's right about the streaming service.
Yeah, it all kind of happened around the same time, man.
I found out about about Netflix when they started doing game rentals, and you could rent like Xbox games from them, and then just send them back. I get a new game.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Dude, I went into town with my son the other day and I took him by the GameStop because he grew up in the generation where you download games or whatever, and he
This is
just
his
wanted to
first
go
time
in
in a
there.
GameStop.
Yeah, he never. I took him in there just so he
How
could
much
see
did the
what it
trip
was
cost
like.
you?
Nothing. He's got everything, man. He's freaking
Oh,
spoiled rotten.
okay.
But it was just, even for me, it was a shocker because it seemed like it was just filled full of I don't know how to explain it, but it seemed like it wasn't really about games. It was more about buying refurbished hardware. I don't know. That's what it seemed like to me.
Yeah, because all the games were bought online. So you went to GameStop once every 2 years when Xbox came out with a new console, or when your controller broke and you didn't want to wait for Amazon. But Amazon took a big chunk out of that, because as long as you could wait a
Yeah,
couple
dude.
days, you can get any accessory you want.
Dude, like that afternoon now, if you have a distribution center next to you, like that afternoon.
And then
Like it's
there's
crazy.
no games to sell now, right? Because you're buying all of your shit online. So you can't even go to GameStop and get your little $2 per game. Like back in the day, you used to be able to take like 20 of your old games and maybe leave with like one new game.
Yeah, man.
So all the reasons to go to GameStop just slowly disappeared. Last time I was at GameStop, I was camping out overnight to get the Xbox Series X. A bunch of other losers. It was cold as shit, bro. I remember. Cold as shit, waiting, happy as hell that I had the opportunity to buy this thing. It's not even like I got it for free. It's not like a raffle that I won and I was getting it for free. I got to wait in
Dude,
line in the cold for the opportunity to buy it.
you know me. I worked for the freaking company, man, and I still had to wait. That's how bad it was.
This was at a time where you could not get one. Like we were waiting in line and we were happy to wait because resale they were going for like 2K.
Yep. I ended up getting a refurbished one from the company store and surprised my son, and I never saw a look on his face like that ever. And it wasn't because of it was a it was the fact that he knew how hard it was to get.
Mm-hmm.
That must have been worth $1 million to see his face
Dude,
that way.
I took a picture of it. He's kind of like me. He's kind of darker like me. Like I have like a what is that resting bitch face because I always look pissed off. And so he kind of has adopted that, but I got to actually see joy in his face.
Kind of cool.
Yo, YouTube is low key slept on with how funny some of these guys are, yo. They'll be killing me in the YouTube chat. Incredible said Alter coming back down to do a retest to their last lows. I think BDC will come down to 93.5K. As he goes, that's Incredibear. Maybe I just smoked too much, but y'all are freaking hilarious.
Smoke them if you got them. Actually, I'm gonna do the same. I'll be right back. I stopped smoking in the house. Step outside the blaze.
I've been trying not to smoke in the office, but boy, on days like this, not easy.
I hear that.
It's like when the boss says you can't smoke in the office, and then whenever he's just feeling in a certain mood, he just lights up. And you know something's gone either terribly wrong or terribly right.
Right.
When he lights up.
Cuban cigars make my head spin. It's like popping in 3 Zen pouches at the same time. Like you gotta sit down for a second.
Yeah, it's definitely an acquired taste, smoking cigars. I don't think anybody's ever lit up a cigar, took a puff, and said, "Wow, that's great." keep seeing all these bunch of M's on the Ethereum chart, but they don't go down. They just keep repeating themselves on the.
Yeah, it's a range. You're in a range, your M's are going to turn into W's, and they're going to turn back into M's, and they're going to turn into W's, and they're going to turn into M's. I would imagine that the EMAs are probably flat and going sideways.
Exactly.
Yeah.
3-foot swells.
I got you, Los. Blaze is like an old New York thing, Neve.
You get hit with those storms, Drew, or what?
A storm over there for Drew too.
I'm sorry, not Drew. Dbloc. Did you get hit with
Oh
those
yeah,
storms?
yeah, a couple days ago. Yeah, they came through pretty heavy. Knocked us offline for like a day.
Yeah. That's when we met. Well, I met BJ.
Yeah.
Those charts are off the chart.
She did a good job covering for you, man.
Yeah, man, she was phenomenal. She was good.
Nah, I figured you guys would be all right in here.
Wait, she's gonna have a little class for us tomorrow. No, sorry, Friday.
Nice.
On her starting technique. So looking forward to that.
Cool.
Yeah, so we got two accounts here that have kind of the same PFP, but they're both chart patterns. One's He Rain, K-Man. Do you know his? Curious. Is that two different people or one person?
Sometimes, Drew, I have no idea what the F you're talking about.
I'm just going through these Discord users and I see two logos right now. The same.
Oh, that's the question I just asked a few minutes ago. Yeah, it's this freaking chart.
Got an open mic,
who's
BJ.
got the most chance.
But if you click on that crown, it'll show you the leaderboard. Like right now, number one is 75 points ahead, so he's good money.
Somebody got open mic.
BJ got an open mic.
And Shiba's in third place.
I got it on.
This is just the calm before the storm.
It's so true. Dude comes out of nowhere.
Oh wait, so you guys couldn't hear the music wasn't in the background? I had music in the background.
Nah, but that's good that you can hear.
Man,
YouTube bugs out with music.
Dude, what is going on right now? Is there Inception or shit?
I had a whole jingle set up. I gotta work on it.
Nah, it's better without music. You don't want YouTube flagging it.
No, it's copyright cleared.
Somebody else will claim it for you.
It's not that. It's that you start playing music, other people start playing music, and I don't trust that
True,
they've
true, true. I hear
checked
you,
it.
man.
I know, but did you hear about that story where this artist was playing his own music on YouTube, and then somebody else decided
That
to
happened to me.
what is that? Like who?
Yeah, the haters do that a lot. You know, if you got some haters that do that stuff, and you have
Yeah,
to go
bro.
back
Use.
and
Don't
forth
worry,
with
it's
YouTube.
mine. Don't worry. You can go ahead and use it, and then 5 years from now they come back and start copyright claiming your shit.
But even just someone you got beef with, they can straight. All they have to flag on YouTube and send a.
Yeah.
And then you have to dispute it, and if you don't reply with a certain, the copyright claim automatically goes. It's kind of weird. I had to fight that too. There's a few people, how to do what I had to do.
Hey guys, good night. Good chatting with you.
Take it easy, brother.
Go to the gym, bro.
Adios.
You know it.
Late night gym session doesn't sound bad.
Never worked out in a gym in my life yet.
It's good for you, bro. It's good for the mental. It's not even the body as much. That should clear your mind. Headphones in, zone out, sweat.
I just like outside in the grass,
Or
man.
or
Just
that,
on
yeah,
the
yeah.
beach.
It's the same. It's the same shit.
I
It's all
gotta try
about
the gym
breaking a
sometime.
sweat,
I've
bro.
never tried it.
It's about breaking a sweat. I can do more in a smaller period of time at the gym. Right, so I can go to the gym for half an hour, and get a full workout, full targeted workout. Where if I did that, I'd have to go play ball, and then I'd have to go run, and then you know what I mean? Like,
There's
take
some
too much
Bruce
time out
Lee-ish
of the
type
day.
workouts you can kind of do and work everything.
Swimming is good. If you can only do one thing, swimming's probably the best all body workout.
I could think of something better to do. That's only one thing, but you gotta need another person for that.
Yeah, that's the best exercise, actually.
And this nigga gonna do nothing but build forearms. that's how you're gonna get forearms and a little stamina for the 5 minutes it's gonna take you. Nah, you gotta go every once in a while. It's good to feel like exhausted to the point where you're trying to catch your breath, where you can drink a gallon of water without thinking about it, like that type of exhaustion.
Yeah.
I mean, unless y'all are putting it in like that, then congrats. You know what I mean? Keep doing what you're doing. But
You gotta break a sweat. It's good for your heart too. Get that heart pumping and the blood pumping through the system.
yeah, get those stress
If you don't
hormones going. Get your body defending itself, thinking it's under attack.
Do you know how stress relieving splitting wood is? Oh my god, dude.
Days for me that I find it the most useful is days when things pump. When things pump and I'm euphoric and I'm like, I gotta get away from these charts.
Don't want to hit that sell button too early.
Go put all that energy in the gym. Do a lot of thinking in the gym too. Gym for me is like really introspective. It's like therapy, right? It's like an hour that you just in your head.
I do that with gardening.
Yeah, that'll do it.
What do you grow, Drew? Yeah. I kind of knew the answer before I finished the question.
All types of fun stuff. I got my nephew actually hustling right now. He just purchased this pill making machine, and we're growing some mushrooms, and he's flipping them so quick. Legal mushrooms are like uppers, kind of like
Yeah,
the
get
coffee
them at all the
mushroom.
little healthcare stores and shit like that.
Yeah, but he's got this like network and TikTok. He's just there. I'm helping him out a little. Paid for half of the machine.
I'm getting tired of hearing people half my age in my state making money off of because marijuana is legal to grow and sell here in my state. So there's like people, 28 years old, millionaires now.
Bro, listen, this generation 25 and under is getting to the bag at an unprecedented pace.
Well, they got the whole like blue book right or whatever the blueprint right in front of them.
Yeah, it's like not only do they have the tools, but they have two generations of people who use the tools as a as like a blueprint on what to do. Like literally whatever your niche is right now. I don't care if you're into sneakers, if you're into Pokemon cards, if you're whatever you're into. They're streaming that shit. They're getting paid for each stream. Streams are paying for the next stream. Taking trips to Japan to buy rare sneakers and shit like that. Like they're getting to the bag so early.
You see YouTube videos like, I'm gonna flip this $100 to turn it into Goodwill.
Yo, Adam, keep that shit out of the chat, bro. Appreciate you. You keep those kind of thoughts on the inside around here.
Dude, I just got a 1350 cross on the 15 on Bitcoin. I don't know if that means anything because it's failed before, but I haven't seen it in a while.
It's the range, man. Going when you're ranging like this, you get a lot of false signals, but eventually one of them hits.
And Market Cypher just printed what is that, a green diamond or whatever? Or it's flashing, please.
I was wondering, like, there's something missing on this chart. All the liquidations.
Yeah, man. Speaking about youngins making that money, Taylor Swift, she got unseated as the world's youngest self-made by some chick that's doing AI. Oh, okay, not chick. I'm sorry. I gotta stop saying Lucy Gould. That was not nice of me. Some wonderful woman named Lucy Gould, self-professed workaholic, electric skateboard to work, and she's not being chauffeured by an assistant. She has a net worth, $1.3 billion.
Damn. I haven't even heard of it. That's how crazy it is, bro. That's how you know you're starting to get out of touch.
Scale AI. She co-founded that in 2016 when she was 21.
Damn.
With her partner. Her partner was 19, Alexander, when they founded this, and it was valued at 25 on a deal to close up by June 1st. I guess it's already closed because it's past June 1st.
Dude, this is when you can literally make money off of the dumb. Because you all know the AI models, right? When you're on Instagram and you're doom scrolling, like I could totally tell they're AI models. But some people are literally making comments. Oh, I want to marry you. And
Yeah.
I have no hope in the universe anymore, man.
Yeah, nah, they're just down bad, bro. People are down bad right now.
But those people
and these AI these AI models, they answer all your little comments, and it's crazy, bro. It's creepy.
But it's so bad that there's actual new service companies coming out where a guy's like, I'll teach you how to make an AI model and make $7,000 a month.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there, the first thing that comes to mind, what has come to mind is that when your friends start hearing about crypto and about buying crypto, then it's too late. And I kind of feel like now people are starting to not make as much money off of their bots. So now they're going into, I'll teach you how to make money off of,
Sell the method.
Yeah, and now it's people they've seen it work in reality, so they're going to think they can do it, but it's too late. That gig is over with. I mean, there's obviously you can still do it if you have the infrastructure, but it's just I cannot believe people believe those things are real.
She just had 5% stake in the company Scale AI, and that's worth
damn
her stake. She dropped out of college. Dropped out of Carnegie Mellon University.
She go educate herself however she wants, wherever she wants now.
And it's all from coding, basically. She picked up coding in middle school. First job at Quora, 2015. That's where she met her partner, dude that was 19. And they worked for Snapchat for a brief period. She was first female designer for.
You're breaking up, Drew. Like every third word.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
I'll be back.
Now I do have to admit the Baby Rogan, Joe Rogan, and those ones are pretty good.
AI is great. It's just I think people are gonna get tired if it doesn't represent something real. Because of the reasons that you're talking about, right? Because when you go into those AI models, there's an equal amount of people in these guys' comments like, you are down bad, bro. You're trying to rizz up AI right now. So it's already becoming like, something that's like incel behavior.
Well, that's like you're totally onto it. Like it just creates engagement. So then those views get thrown to more people.
Yep, exactly.
I mean,
the funniest ones for me are the rage bait ones, bro. And then you go in the comments and somebody's in there like, this is rage bait, guys. Warning, they're just trying to get engagement. Don't fall for it. I'm like, bro, what did you just wrote 3 paragraphs under this person's page.
Yep, everybody's contributing to it.
You're just literally doing whatever. All right. Thanks for the warning, bro.
Genius. It's absolute genius.
Yeah, you'll see these girls, they're like obviously like 23 years old, and then the title will be like 53 and still lit. And then there's like 400 girls in the comments like, girl, you are not 53. And I'm laughing. I'm just laughing my ass off. Like, this shit is so effective.
It is because you can't even speak your opinion about the craziness without contributing to the problem.
Yep, exactly. You just got to ignore it and keep scrolling. But the AI comments are the ones that are the real, because you know people are fighting with people online, and these are not real people. Like when you go on a thing and it's, you know, some political shit and somebody's in the comments and like, well, that person's obviously a racist, and you go back and forth, like that's a bot. You're fighting with a bot. You need to do better. And even if it's a human, it's a bot. Like these are NPCs.
Well, yeah.
You know,
Like when do bots start dictating how others talk?
already.
So then other people, yeah, like, man, you're cooked. Like bots are saying that all the time, and then my kids are now saying that because
Well,
kids are saying
they,
that.
well, yeah, well,
You're
they,
cooked.
well, the thing is that they adopt the current slang to sound more human. Is what it is.
Yeah, which spreads it even more, right?
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, in a way, I don't know. It's probably no different than if pre-electronic age,
It's
where
humans,
people
like Scarface, right? Scarface, the movie, led to a whole generation of Cuban Americans in Miami with that thick accent that look like Scarface, act like Scarface, talk like Scarface. He's Italian. Okay, this was acting, but it did spawn an archetype. You know, that's been happening forever.
Absolutely.
All right, it's about that witching hour. Let me go do a little bit of research before the news cycle gets away from me. I'm here. I'm just off mic.
Word.
Yo, Dbloc, you there? Yo, so purchase of gold and silver will be free from sales tax, and money service businesses such as PayPal and check cashing places will be authorized to transmit and accept payments in precious metals. This is in Florida. The largest one in effect July 1st. Or no, it will go in effect July 6th. So gold and silver are going to be tender, and possibly Louisiana, Texas as well. Interesting developments. I'll be back. Get ready for some rockets.
years. Perfect, mate. Perfect.
Come on, guys. We got 4 15-minute red candles, and we're already talking about the bear market in the chat. What's going on, everybody?
Doing great, man. Doing great.
Yet another night when it's in UK's hands.
Yeah.
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 Chill. Waiting. Try not to wait too long. So I got some time. Okay, time. Well, we got test 103 again, I guess. 103. Test a Rooney.
We validated this stopping volume candle here, W pattern itself is invalidated. The last stopping volume candle. So happy to get that shit off the chart.
Dbloc, what's the word on redrawing like formations that you might see?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you'll come into a pattern early, right? And you're just working through it in your mind. And the pattern will turn into something else. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Oof.
Older patterns, if they haven't been invalidated yet, are like the dominant ones.
Okay. I redrew this bearish channel that we've been in for the last 5 days, and it looks a little bit more accurate just with the price action that we've been having over the last day or so.
You're talking about this one?
Yeah.
I mean, the most I could see is bringing it down lower, but then you have less touches. What I like to do is make sure that I'm erring on the side of most touches.
Yeah.
Right. So if we pull this pattern out, right, we've got our top touches. We've got 1, 2, 3, that accumulation, 4, and then when we get above it here, you see we try to reclaim, have that M pattern come down, retest it, fill again. So for me, that's still solid. I mean, I guess it depends on how late you come into a pattern too. But if we were to move this down to take all of this price action in, right, then you would have 2 topside deviations and it's about to break. And if you left it on the original pattern, it's already broken and retested. A lot of it's subjective, right? I think everybody's going to have their own style. But for me, the original pattern has to invalidate to even make it worth looking for another pattern. Deviations out of the pattern don't bother me. Like I said, as long as you're erring on the side of most touches.
Most touches. I got you.
To me, it looks like we're gonna go up a little bit to touch the trend line again, or just below here, below that line, the bearish channel, and then we're gonna come down because we have to pay that for the vector candles, red vector candles. They've been waiting for it now.
I'm waiting to see what they do at 103,000.
Yeah, I've been waiting for them too, but it looks like they are holding their position pretty tightly. So we need a much more power to break them. They are pretty strong, basically. They are pretty strong. The best way to get rid of them is to go a little higher above 107 or 8 and get rid of them so they can take some profits and then come back down. Because if you are expecting, to me, it's my own personal opinion, I could be wrong. But if come down from here, even below 104, it's going to be really hard because they are holding it pretty tight. They're very strong. It's my
Yeah, they'll figure out a way.
opinion. Yeah, it's my personal opinion. I could be wrong.
Is it Binance doing that funny selling thing where they go
Yeah,
sell
people
somewhere?
talking. Yeah, people talking about it, but I don't have much knowledge about it.
Yeah, that's how they get what they want. What's that? I don't know what it was called. Somebody said it. Go look. Where's it at? Winner mute.
I'm gonna get rid of all these patterns that played out already. They're just clogging up the screen for no reason.
Like that guy in it with his broom when he sweeps people off the stage.
Mm-hmm. Out of
Get out of
here.
here. Get out of here.
The current pattern that we're in, that much move isn't really a big one. It's a small, but it does set the ball rolling.
I took a gamble, bro.
For what?
Sold some beam off. Looking to buy it back. If we come down to that 100, and if we come down to the 98 or 7 or whatever, I'm pretty damn sure I'm going to be able to buy it back for less. Yes, I know I could be playing with fire, but I'm
I
going
didn't
to
say
try.
it.
I'm keeping my eye on it.
Yeah. The Trump looks fine. This one, yeah. Oh my God. That's wicked.
I'm just saying that my Putin picture is too big. That's gonna be unfortunate because Putin needs to be in here.
Something comes out tomorrow, right? For news. Job report.
Yeah, jobs.
What do I have to do? Yeah. Yeah. That's gonna be a blast if we get there.
I think maybe we have it covered, right?
Yeah.
Looks about right.
Yeah.
There's something else you could put there too, though. Put some type of like hack or something
Oh,
there.
hold on.
Vitalik. Oh, I know who you need. Korea, Kim Jong. You could always add Larry Fink.
Morning, guys.
Yeah, definitely a player right there.
It looks like we are planning for the World War III.
Yeah, looking at that news thing that Dbloc is, it seems like Michael Saylor financed a nuclear bomb approved
Hold
by
on. There's
power.
one more thing that I have to put in.
There's a lot more to go.
No FUD cycle is complete.
I'm sure there's something funny coming in. Oh my God.
What would Michael Saylor do though?
Oh, Michael Saylor margin call. If price doesn't come, and they're gonna have to unwind it. But they've already started with the Michael Saylor FUD.
Oh God.
Yeah.
We need some tether FUD. No real FUD cycle without some tether FUD.
But you should stop it off with a tweet from CZ, not to control the vibe.
Yeah, we're gonna need a bigger box, Shib.
Yeah.
You're not worried about North Korea hacker?
I think they
seem to come
pulled that
around at the
card
right
already.
time.
It's possible though, I guess.
No, not again. I mean, that seemed to be very convenient when we get to certain levels. Who else? I guess you don't need Zelensky because you got Putin, whatever. Same shit.
Yeah, yeah, there's a couple of these that are Zelensky related.
Might be confusing chart for newcomers to the channel.
Yeah, let's not even. Yeah,
What
we'll
did
worry
I
about
miss?
that when we get there.
Yeah.
What's gonna be funny is to see the price come down through, and then you see all the news starting to pop.
That's hilarious. I like that, man. This is great. That's entertainment for you.
Yeah. What happens when Bitcoin goes sideways for too long?
What is actually funny is that you anticipated all of this Dbloc and you have pictures saved on your computer for when it happens.
A little bit of
He's been planning for
pre-production.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been planning for this from
Trying
decades.
to bring a new level of production value to the stream, you know.
Also a high reusability, you know.
Yeah, I'll probably get good use of all of those. A couple that I'm waiting for like when we go parabolic and shit.
Sure, you had me yesterday with the insert news here. that was a good one. You're like, I don't know what it's gonna be, but when it comes out, put it right here.
Mm-hmm. Basically. Oh, the funniest one was the Biden one, bro. When we put the Biden one on those candles, and he was just kissing that blue vector, and then Bitcoin went to shit.
You're next to it.
Looking for ones that could be borders. It's funny. Let's not forget at the end of on the end of this all.
Yeah, 50 become 100.
At the end of this all, 50 still waiting for us.
What is that?
Oh, was what?
The Gothic chicks.
I'm waiting to put them up there so they can point at Bitcoin's God candle when it pops.
Mm. Do you think it's taking a long time to get to this 100K level?
Yeah, it's taking longer than it should have. But we did decide to go to 112 before. Would have been a lot easier to get that out of the way if we would have gone when it was more convenient.
If and when we do see the 100, do you think that it's going to be something more like a very large wick touching it? It won't last nothing but a few minutes.
We could body to it. I think we might wick under though. think we might
Yeah,
wick
so
under
something
from the
real,
fear, and then people just buy it up.
something real nasty and a real nice opportunity.
So this is sort of what's important to us right here. More than anything, structurally, these tops right here, right, which were the body tops from the last bull market. So
Yeah.
these are our true tops from the last bull market, right? We came up, we got above those. That's great. We need to turn that into support, right? Which means for the most part, we don't want any weekly closes underneath that. So there's two things that could happen here. We could come down, grab that 100 and be back up before that weekly closes,
Okay.
right? Or we close this week above, which means for 3 days we have painful price action that doesn't push us up or push us to what you call it. And then next weekly candle, we flush, grab that 100, but pop up so that there's no body underneath. Right? It's about closing the bodies underneath.
Yeah.
So we want to open above and we want to close above. And then we can lock that in as support. If that doesn't lock in as support, then we have to go to the next range, which is 102, and that's not a problem because we're already looking at those numbers. Right? But if we can get that flush down to 100K, which is 10% from the top, which is basically what we do after every. Oh, I'm just pressing buttons now. Holy shit. Hold on. So it's basically what we've done on every golden cross, right? Average of 10% down if you exclude some of the extremities of COVID. But for the most part, 10, and I'm being conservative saying 10 because it really should be a little bit more. But roughly in a bull market, 10%. And that brings us to that 100K. But the problem is that the move needs to be fast. Because what we don't want to do is lock in a break of structure on the higher time frames. That's why I say that it could be a wick. It could be a long wick into those areas, but on the weekly, we want our bodies to stay above. For sure. If we could stay above here, even better. But at the very least, our bodies need to stay above 1027.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's really not a lot to go, man. Lower time frames, we're literally talking about this one last. We're talking about this one last bull flag on the, bear flag on the hourly playing out. It's just one move and we've already gotten the break. Right, and they can front run that all they want. That move takes us down to 97. So it's more than enough sort of paved road to get us to the sort of areas we're looking at. And then we hold this support. Everything's good. Everybody's happy.
So it's really more of like a 97, 98 with a 100K front one.
Well, it's 100. If it goes under, I'm not mad at it, but the bottom of that support is at 100, 838, right? So basically 100, high 100. Losing that support and coming down lower, that's when we get that next level. It's 97, 96.
And it doesn't matter if we go below 100, 98, 97, it doesn't matter anymore. But we will be pretty confident from there.
Yeah, you can't really quantify people's reaction to a psychological level breaking, right? So there will be some selling off, but I think the amount of people that are ready to buy at 100K makes up for that.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask you, because now the price action where we are right now, nobody's wanna sell, nobody wanna buy. Either we come down to let the people to buy more,
Mm-hmm.
or we have to go a little higher above the 110 or 112
Yep.
to make the people to sell. Because in this price section, I don't see anyone buying or and I don't see anyone selling. It's just leverage trading. People are doing it,
Exactly.
and all these exchanges are taking profits. So to me, it looks like the range that you have created already on the 15 minutes, the bearish channel, we are expanding it a little more. Before that, we have a range of 104 to 105 to 107. Now we have 104 to 107. So we
Yeah.
have a 1,000 point more.
Guys, we're only 3.5% away from my target. Like, it's not like we're at 112 anymore talking about this.
Yeah, which is not very painful if we come down from right here.
Mm-mm. But another close call and a rip up and a rejection and then a flush down, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, that's gonna be more painful.
Yeah, that is a whole different story.
That's gonna cause a trauma for people.
Yep. UK has one job to do here if you want to avoid lower numbers is to get above 50% of that Asian range. 104.7. If we come up and reject that range, or if we lose the bottom of the Asian range, we're going to sweep licks.
I don't see it. I don't see them doing it.
Pushing?
That they're gonna sell. Yeah, I think they're gonna sell.
I mean, one thing they do have going for them is that they did leave some vectors on the way up, and they haven't retested that 50 EMA after the break. But that's a perfect setup to come up, plus that bearish leave, fill that vector, and then
Come back down. Yeah, that's
Ooh,
makes
that'll be a
sense.
nice short.
I mean, it's classic. We see it all the time, right? Price breaks the 50, comes down, comes back up for that retest, clears the vectors, continues to roll over, does it again.
Is it of importance that we are like now in a UK session and that a lot of European banks are lowering their interest rate?
Yeah, there's good liquidity flowing through UK. And that type of stuff gives people the will to take risk, you know? When money starts to get cheap, they start getting a little riskier.
You ever do polls?
What do you mean?
YouTube polls?
Do I do polls?
Yeah, where you get the audience's opinion.
Yeah, like in the chat? Yeah.
No, you can do. Yeah.
Yeah. Do it all the time. I abuse that shit sometimes. I do that shit to figure out what I'm gonna eat for dinner.
Oh. I've never seen one yet.
I'll be like, all right, guys, what's for dinner? Meat, chicken, fish, fast food.
Yeah.
I wonder what they're thinking.
Let's see. Let's see what
Do
chat.
they think we're coming down to 100, or they think we're coming to retest 110?
Let's see what Cypher Chat GPT thinks.
How many you got? Oh, you got 122. Get that like on there. That's me. I'm 77.
I just struggle a bit with the fact that every YouTuber from 100 subs and more is now talking about that correction to 100K, and usually when
Little late.
everyone is talking about it.
Yeah, but they talk about it once it's over. Like it's, you know what I mean? Like, oh, great, you know, way to put your neck on the line at 103,000 that it's going to, after the downtrend's been established.
Yeah, you were talking about it 2 weeks ago, I think, but now they also pop up. I mean,
Yeah, they're also talking about 97 and 98.
It'll go lower too. When we get to like 102, they'll start going down even lower and lower.
Over down the next 44 hours, we were forced to choose on short. I got you.
But I am glad I don't have to make that decision. Let's just start there.
10% didn't like it. Come on now.
Only 11 votes. Give us some time to cook. We need a bigger set.
I chose short.
and 150 subs away from 5K.
This shit keeps going back to 50-50. The reason it's a good question is because it is so 50-50. You can feel how 50-50 it is, right? At least with people, sentiment is like nobody knows.
Yeah, where the price is going.
Yeah.
You
Because
see,
the
but
mar-
see, that good. But I was
That's
gonna
what
say
I
that to
think.
answer your question
That's what I
for the
think the
brother there.
majority is. Like when we talk about the majority thinks this, the majority thinks that. The majority doesn't think we're going to 100K. The majority really does not know what's happening right now at all. They're completely. And when the majority is sort of, I don't want to say clueless, but when the majority is sort of in the dark, that's when moves tend to happen.
As this guy's gonna say, he said that he feels like most people online are saying it's gonna go to 100. I don't know if that's true. It's maybe more like half of people think it's going to.
It depends. You got to get in a bunch of different circles.
That's how the market is get manipulated, because people are talking about we are going down and people are opening short, and then the price goes up and people get liquidated, and price goes up and people get liquidated. That's how you see those vector candles are performing. People push the price down and get themselves paid up on the way up.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not. I don't
Mm.
think it's as one sided as you think.
Yeah, because you know the market makers, they push the price down and let the other people decide. But the retailers don't have that much power or that much money flow to push the price down.
You
So
can
they
feel
get
where people are right now, like for
yeah,
sure.
yeah,
You can
yeah,
feel
yeah.
the sentiment.
I understand a lot by watching at your chart, Dbloc. I know where we are heading right now.
You can feel it. People
Yeah.
have too much FOMO to sell, but not enough FOMO to buy.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, you could leave it to somebody like CZ. He'll help make the decision.
We'll see, man. They'll try to push some news on us. If that FUD doesn't work, then they'll intensify the sell-off on exchanges. They really want to push it. Oh, my bad. I forgot dominance wasn't on the chart. Got you.
I really don't want to open a short. I'm past all that. That was like up at higher numbers.
Yeah, please understand that anywhere in this range, I expect for us to get front run. Or let's just say I would not be surprised if we get front run. Right? But like everything else, expect massive FUD at macro support. And as long as we're in a bull market, that should always be an actionable trigger. I'm telling you what action you should take. That's on you. I'm nobody's dad. But high levels of FUD at macro support have not let me down. I buy like it's going out of style. While you're crying, I'm buying.
I'm taking that trade. I don't give a damn. We go to 101, 100, whatever over there. I'm taking that trade. We go to 97. I'm adding to it. And we go below that. I'm just gonna chill. Hold it.
At your
That's
own
what I'm
risk.
waiting for. Yep. Well, I agree with him. That's where I believe the opportunity is also. I mean, as far as like the shorts, are they, how greedy are they right now?
Decent amount of shorts. Nothing crazy. It's not
Yeah.
screaming like, oh, you better come around and get me now. Like, it's not just enough, but you don't see them coming down too far into these ranges. Your longs are still an easier catch.
Because that's what worries me is the shorts are going to get extremely greedy, just ruin everything. You think they would hurry up and go, come on down before they got too greedy? There's a good amount of them up there.
Yeah, we're gonna get both of them.
That's another scenario.
Yeah.
But even at that, you can't get them both at the same time. Well, who they're gonna get first?
I'm okay with that too, little smokies.
Oh, maybe they need to get the 100x longs to get greedy. couple of greedy guys there. Either way, greed's gotta teeter one way or another.
That's a good question. What are we at right now? Yeah, like, come on. We're still in greed. 57%. Gotta shake some of this loose. Was a nice run though. Buying that fear at 10 and selling it at 80 was not a bad move.
Yeah.
Or buying extreme fear and selling extreme greed.
My God, 10?
Yes, it came down to 10.
When was that? I forgot.
Not too long ago, bro. Recently, less than a couple months. Maybe 3 months, 4 months. When we were down at 74, I believe. Or right before we got there.
My God.
Powell, I'll see if I can add the subtitles after, because I know if I do it with subtitles, it delays the stream. So there's like a 5-second delay, and that kind of doesn't work because of the candles. But let me see what I can do. Let me see if there's something I could do to the VODs after.
What's that? Oh, you were circling something.
You might be delayed on the stream. Click live. Make sure you're...
Yeah, you should. It's just a recommendation.
Oh,
If you can put the clock on the top of your stream somewhere, so people can see the delay in the real time.
The way we have it set
yeah, I
up
was a
right
couple
now,
seconds.
it's like 1 to 2 second delay, which isn't bad.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I pushed it forward. I was a little behind on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah, it
Watching
happens.
both.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
What's going on, brother?
What's up, mate?
Much just getting up, just exercising, getting my workout in.
Turn my mic.
Wow, it really is pretty 50-50 right now. 6-second chart activated. If anybody gets a heart attack, it's Lil Smokey's fault. Damn, on the 5-second chart, 100K looks really far.
Yeah,
On the
it looks like it's never
5-second
gonna
chart,
come.
it looks like a massive drop.
Yeah, it looks like it's never gonna touch the go there. Oh my god. It's, it looks like light year away.
You see the dead candles?
Yeah,
You see how
delta
they
neutrals.
pop in when you have your delta neutral tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what builds those black candles. Let me show you how crazy even 5-second vector recovery is. The mean reversion. You see what I mean? Even on the 5-minute, drop the vector, stay flat, vector recovery to the 50, mean reversion to the 50, and then rolls over like if it was a 15-minute chart.
Yeah.
Vector recovery, Mean reversion. Expected recovery. With this whole one. For 800 EMA and the mean reversion to this candle. Come on, give me my. This is giving me 4x flashbacks. Like, come on, pop. Give me my eighth of a pip. What I'm waiting for. But just to show you that the principles that I'm trying to show you guys to trade off of, you can use even on a 5-second chart. Right? It's how the market moves, why the market moves, where the market moves to, just on a smaller scale. Why are they toying with me, Smokies? Do we have to hit the 800 or can we call that hit? Smokey said it's hit, it's hit. And that was today's episode of 5 Second TA. Getting serious now. We're still putting in lower highs. Yeah, I hate the way the candles look too. 15-second is a good balance. It gives you like actual real candles, depending on the asset. But yeah, 5-second candles aren't usually that 5-second candles aren't usually that bad for Bitcoin though. Not a lot of volume right now. And all of that price action we just had is one tiny little piece of this wick on the 15-minute. On a bigger scale though, same thing we just saw on the small scale. Right, vectors down, mean reversion to the 50, vector reclamation, starting to build out here. But just remember, we have to get above that line. UK has to get above Asia's 50, and our 50 EMA is literally right there too. So I expect it to hit and test, but that's where we're going to find out how the rest of the night goes. And that's
Yeah,
where I'm
that's what
either
I'm
going
expecting.
to take some
Yeah,
profits
you got
or,
it.
yeah. That's why I hate when people say that they ignore the wicks. Because it's like, okay, cool, but on what time frame are we talking? Right?
Yeah,
Are you ignoring 1 minute wicks? That's cool. Right? Are you ignoring like 15-minute hourly wicks? Like,
3 minute.
there's a
Yeah,
lot of
that's a
price
lot of
action.
volume.
There's a lot of price action there, bro. There's a lot to learn
Yeah,
from what happened in those wicks.
yeah. You can measure the buying pressure as well as the selling pressure, but just by looking at the wicks.
Watching a candle build, there's no beating that. I can't leave and come back and look at this candle and tell you how much of
Yeah,
a struggle it was. Did they fight for
yeah,
it? Did it shoot right up?
yeah,
You know, it's like you literally, every candle you're watching a tug of war, and there's data in that.
exactly.
Yeah, I bought some underneath that support, Galactic. All right, let's map out this mean reversion. 5 minutes going to be the test. If it can get over, then we'll flip to bullish momentum to try to get that mean reversion on the 15. But let's just draw this out.
Yeah,
Out there.
That's what I'm expecting.
And I remember on the, well, even on the 30-minute, that's just going to be one vector. Oh no, we'll go to the hourly. Right, so you have a complete vector here on the hourly. And you haven't retested your 50 EMA. Right, so if we don't get that bearish retest of the 15 that we were just looking at, and it takes that whole vector range, it'll be to retest the 50 on the hourly. But if we're as bearish as I think we are, and we only need 50% of that range, then we'll come back to the 15-minute.
Yeah, exactly where we expected the Maya move.
Yeah. Just layers of
Almost.
confluence and possibility.
Yeah. What's that purple candle for? I was explaining the guy other day. Is that a high volume candle? The
Which
purple
one?
one? The purple candles.
You're talking about these?
The neon purple.
These?
Yeah, these are.
Yeah. It's 150% of the last 10, 150% of the tick volume of the last 10 candles. If you go in, so it's basically, think of it as a red vector that didn't become a red vector, right? The red
Yeah.
vectors are 200%, so it was 50% off becoming a red vector. But it does let you know that volume was increasing, and a lot of times you'll see, especially blue vectors, you'll see them at
Blue
tops.
vectors, yeah.
They'll see like green vector, blue vector, and it just shows like exhaustion. You're like, okay, you know.
Yeah, that's it. We're done with it.
That being said, because I know the next question is probably going to be like, do they recover as often? I haven't noticed the difference personally. There's enough orders to where they'll come recover. The only times that I've noticed is like on the macro. So like during the bear markets, you'll leave vectors on the way up, and when you come down, you'll clear them, right? But typically at the end of those vectors, there's like a blue one, and that one doesn't get recovered. But I think it's just because
Yeah.
it's a blue vector on such a large time frame that it just probably doesn't have a lot of anything worth getting. Yeah, Neve, and whoever wants to look at it a little deeper, go into the Discord and go under research. Or is it education? Go on education and click on vector candles. There's a couple of PDFs in there that'll help you out. Nah, that's what I was just saying, Neve. I haven't seen enough of a difference to say that one takes priority over another. Market maker breaking the pattern to entice retail. One thing market maker doesn't want to do is pay for this entire trip up.
Yeah.
This is when he tries to convince people to help. Beautifully at that, because that's a very nice little W pattern there. Very recognizable W pattern. Anybody with the smallest amount of TA. Yeah, Neve. Yeah, I'll work with whatever you got. Nobody showed up to Market Maker's party. See what it looks like on the 1 minute. Pumped it, hit the brakes. Waited to see if anybody else wanted to get in. Retail wanted to sell. Try to break the 50. He actually stopped it from breaking the 50. Really wants to go up and go grab those vectors, but he doesn't want to pay for it. Second attempt failed. I don't think he'll stop this one. So you understand the motivation? Like, why keep trying and stress yourself and keep trying to stop the price when if you just let it go, you're paying yourself on these regardless.
Yeah.
And then he comes down, pays himself on those vectors. And what does price just magically do at a spot where there really shouldn't even be any damn support?
Good morning.
Rick.
Good evening. Yeah.
What's going on,
Good
brother?
morning, Rick. How you doing?
Good. How you doing, boys and girls?
Just chilling, man. Looking to see.
Chilling.
Yeah, looking to see what tomorrow has to bring. Or today, I should say.
I'm wait. Yeah. I'm waiting for that because that's next week, Wednesday. I'm pretty sure, 11th.
What's that?
That could the CPI report. So
Oh,
inflation
yeah.
figures. Yeah. Usually there's a forecast that will drop before then. I'm not sure how early, like how many days before the actual release. Maybe 5 days before or something like that. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll get it Friday afternoon or something. I don't know.
We're inching closer to that 100K.
Yeah, working our way down. Yeah, I don't know like how common it would be for Bitcoin to retrace and just sort of like skim off the support, because usually it takes a big flush out and you'll see a big wick to like depict where the pivot happens, like
Yeah.
you get some event, some sell-off event is the bottom
Well,
usually.
look at my. It's funny that you say that, sir.
Oh yeah,
Look at.
I'll look at it when I'm not driving.
Yeah, yeah,
I'll
yeah.
have a
Don't
look.
look at it when you're
Yeah,
driving. This
yeah.
might send you off the.
No,
Yeah,
no.
don't do that.
You
It's
can
funny that you say that
describe it.
though.
Yeah,
I had that box that I drew. Like insert news story here.
yeah.
It's like literally like, but you'll see when you get
Mm.
on. Funny.
Yeah, I'll definitely have a look as soon as I'm back home.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it makes you think like how many. Surely there is other times where we have like gently gone and found support somewhere and then lifted off gently as well. It doesn't always have to be violent, but it's usually violent. Like
Yeah.
it'll spike down, but yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, 100K, man, I'm with you on that. Like I'm sure there's still a lot of liquidity reasons to go down and scoop that up, that level. No doubt. But yeah, I can see a move happening once the CPI drops, because the most recent report was 2.3%. The Fed are targeting 2%. And we've kind of been stuck between 2 and 3 for the last, however many reports there's been, that we've just been bouncing between somewhere between 2.5% and 3%,
Yeah.
Just that final percent is just so hard to get. We came all the way from 9.1, but getting from 3 to 2 is so difficult for some reason.
And he's gonna be stubborn about it because they told him that he'd never be able to get from 9 to where we are.
Oh yeah.
So like
Yeah.
at this point, you got to stick to your guns.
Yeah, he's obsessing over the target. Yeah.
It's been right. It's a legacy play, right? You're out of here after this.
Mm.
Last thing you did was tell everybody that inflation was going to be transitory during COVID. Yeah,
Yeah.
you got some fixing to do before you can feel comfortable in your retirement. Like
Yeah,
a
you
legacy
gotta.
play. It's not even it's literally about nothing else but just trying to leave a good name in the books, in my opinion. And
Yeah. And when does his tenure wrap up? Like 2026 next year?
halfway through Trump's, halfway through
Oh,
Trump's,
okay.
and then Trump gets to
Office,
elect the
right.
next guy,
I see. Okay.
which is decent as long as he stays crypto friendly. We need to keep Trump on our side until he elects the new Fed chair. That's the game plan, guys. No matter what crazy shit this man does, just ignore it. Okay? You ignore it. Tell him he's doing a great job. Keep him on our side until he puts in a good chair.
Well, if you've heard Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. speak about crypto and how gushy they are about it, and how they're on board, like you can hear it, like when they're talking about it, they know about it. Like whereas Donald, I feel like he's just like, oh yeah, crypto, it's great. We're gonna be,
It's the kids.
we're gonna be first. We're gonna be the biggest. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're sort of like propping him up, saying, look, Dad, this is really good.
Listen, do you
You
really
gotta push
think
this.
that bunch of kids wants to inherit a real estate empire with as illiquid as it is going into the end of look, everything was built off of real estate. We're going into the end of the real estate cycle. It starts to make sense why they're so excited about crypto right now. Like this is the answer to a massive problem that they were about to have to face in a year. Like what do we do?
Yeah.
Where do we sit it?
Yeah, what do you jump into?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And apparently, like when he went down the political pathway, the politics. He went into politics. His friends in New York kind of turned, like the bankers and all that. They sort of turned their back on him a bit and made it trickier.
Well,
Like,
what's interesting about Trump is that part of his motivation on why the way he is the way he is, and this is in some of his interviews and books and shit, but his father wasn't accepted in New York real estate. New York real estate's a very gate kept because of how
right.
lucrative it is, right?
Yeah.
And he was sort of kept out of New York City and meant he was forced to make his money in Jersey.
Hey, Dbloc, he was like a Queens guy, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he was made to make his money in Jersey, and his father was, said to be very upset about this. Obviously you're being left out or whatever. For whatever reasons, he did have some questionable background, which is why he was left out. But whatever, we're talking about motivation here. So as the son, he came in and was like, "No, I'm putting my name on every building I possibly can in New York City." Right?
Yeah.
Just as because if we know anything about Trump, we know he's petty, and he's always been that way, right?
Like, yeah, retribution.
Yeah. So he came in, and what I can always respect about it is that he did come in, did it on its own. Well, his own meaning, without the help of the real estate sort of infrastructure that was set, right? He obviously had his dad's money and all that, but lost it all, got it back, which is always that's always a thumbs up for me. I don't care who you are.
In the hole, wasn't he?
Yeah, no, he
was, like,
lost it all. No, he lost it all and got it back. He didn't.
not
Well,
just lost
I'm
it,
sure
but
there was
jammed too.
I'm sure there was a cushion somewhere. He wasn't gonna fall flat. There was. But
Yeah,
for
he
the
probably
most
had
part,
connections to help him back out. Yeah, and the
well, that's
know-how.
how he got back his name.
Yeah.
And then the show and all that, and and then
Oh,
now, we just watched him in our face turn six bill into a possible 60 billion, as long as Trump coin stays where it launched at.
So was he pretty he wasn't as high bowler like before The Apprentice started up? Like that was
Yeah, no, the 80s was the
Kinda
80s was like his Mac. You look at some of those old pictures from the 80s. And
That's when
he
he
was
was a high
like
roller.
and in the 70s too, I believe. He was like in Club 54 and like he was a playboy.
Up and down periods.
He was a
You go- you
playboy.
can study him.
He'd be with his wife during the day at the office, and he'd be with his girlfriend at the night, and the night during the limo, and both in talking to reporters with his hand around his girl and shit. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, that's why the rappers loved him. You know what I mean? He was a bunch of rap videos, made it into a bunch of rap songs, was at all the Diddy parties, whether he wants to admit it or not.
Oh yeah.
There's photo evidence. I'm not making it up. But everybody went to those white parties. If you were anybody in New York City, you got invited to those parties.
Oh, true.
Most people say though you knew to leave at midnight. Like after midnight, things got a little weird. So, like you came for the party, like you came for the dinner, but you didn't really stay for the party.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's funny how now that they got him, everybody's got stories though, right? Like now everybody has stories. The past 20 years, nobody said shit. Now everybody's like, yeah, I walked into a bathroom one day and I saw, like, yeah, okay. Everybody's trying to clear themselves.
But like the funny thing is, I know like you hold the president to like a higher moral standard, but Donald Trump's Donald Trump. It's like he was never a pillar of
Nah, I don't. Yeah, I think
morality.
he changed.
Like he was never.
He changed that, and I'll be honest with you. I mean, personal morals aside, I kind of like that because I don't think that people should be. Because the president was like your kids. You would say, "Oh, your kids be like the president." And that was just a safe,
Dude, people actually think Bill Clinton and George Bush and everyone talk like clean Boy Scouts behind the scenes.
No, it was the appearance of impropriety. There is just the effort made to, whatever. But men
I'd
are
rather
men,
have something
humans are
real,
humans.
personally. Like
They were. I guess they were just more sneaky about, and in denial of a lot of that. Whereas I guess
Well, you come up in
before Trump was
politics.
president,
You learn to be
he was
political,
more.
right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we've all had somebody tell us off without telling us off before. Where you're like, bro, you didn't say anything wrong there, but I feel like we should fight after what you just said. Like that, it's like that type of like, you know. And then Trump is from business, and the business is just a whole different environment.
Yeah, it's like you.
But nobody
Trump's not
hired him
trying
to be. Yeah, nobody hired him to be
Yeah.
president. They hired him because he was a businessman. Funniest thing he's ever said was, I can't remember what it was. He did something, and one of the reporters said it wasn't presidential, and he said, "Well, technically, technically, if I did it, then it's presidential." I was dead. I was like, "Oh yeah, guess he's got a point."
That's pretty funny. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of makes you think. Did he become president, or did the presidency become Donald Trump? You know what I mean? Like, was he big? Is he larger than the position, sort of thing? Like his personality, and
I
it
don't
seems to
know.
be
I
like
mean,
he's.
popularity has a
Yeah.
lot to do with it. I don't know if.
Mm.
So the real question is, right? All the business deals and everything he's done, yeah. But do you think he would have become president if it wasn't for The Apprentice?
Oh, no way. Yeah, no, not. It's very different.
It's
Yeah.
just because your house, you know, the household. It's like Ronald Reagan, right? Like people love Ronald Reagan from
Yeah,
the
Reagan.
movies. Like he was the cowboy,
Yeah, he
and
was.
then he came in and he spoke like a cowboy, you know,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, he was
people love that
he was
shit.
made before the role. Like he was made before the presidency. Same with Donald Trump. Like everyone knew who he was before the role became his. So it was
Yeah.
like, oh yeah. Whereas with like Obama and Bush and Clinton and whoever else, like, yeah, that is what made them becoming president made them. Like that's their career peak kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, I went
They're
from not
different.
caring
They're
about that
different.
type of shit to caring too much about that type of shit back to not caring about that type of shit.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Just when you realize it's the car's going in the same direction.
oh yeah, definitely. Kind of highlights it being like
Bro,
someone that the American people know about. Like, oh yeah, I've heard of that guy. It goes a long way when you're going on a campaign trip. You know what I mean?
I got buddies whose life stopped, bro. Don't even talk to each other no more. Straight up. They spent all the Obama years upset about Obama, and then the other half spent the other
Oh,
Trump years upset about Trump, and then the Obama guys were on the Trump guys, and the Trump guys were on the Obama guys, and they spent 24 hours a day stuck to the news and arguing in like chat
yeah.
rooms and shit. Like, bro, you guys are crazy.
I don't know if it's like this in your country, but in my country, like since I can remember, no matter who the prime minister, which is our version of a president, was, my life didn't like dramatically change. Like, but when it changed, like when the guard
Thank you.
changes, nothing. It's the same shit.
That's
It's the same.
exactly. I
What
jumped in.
do?
I jumped in my group
Yeah,
chat and said exactly the same thing, bro. They were in there
yeah.
going on
Still
one
have to
day
pay
about,
taxes.
oh,
Yeah,
Obama years were great and Trump years were great, and they're like going back and forth, and I'm like, bro, the president,
yeah,
the Republicans are in charge. I made money. The Democrats are in charge. I made money. If an alien takes
yep,
charge, I'm going to get to the bag.
yep. I think if you get wrapped up in politics and thinking that one person's gonna come in and save you or save the country, like you're a sucker. You've fallen for it. It's all campaigning. It's all spin. Really, that's what it's all about. They spin you up, and you get them in, and then they come in, and a lot of the time they do what they want to do, regardless of what they said in the campaign.
Yeah, a really good
Um,
president makes a difference, definitely, and a really bad president could send things down a bad road.
that is
But
true.
what it
Yeah,
happens for like every day, you and your family, like if you spend too much time caught up with that type of shit, and you let it
yeah.
consume you and stop taking care of the shit you need to take care of, like
That's right. It's not worth the division that it drums up. You know, it's not worth the
I mean, if you can't go
division
to
that might be
grandma's
better
house anymore, this is a problem, right?
Yeah.
Like, if for whatever reason you and your uncle can't be in the same room anymore,
Yeah.
and you know, it's like it's a problem.
This is a bit of an extreme example, but I saw this documentary on flat earthers, right? And these people believe what they believe and have like cut out their family. They've lost all their friends. They've got new friends who are also flat earthers, that kind of thing.
Yeah, of course.
And it's like, well, your life, you still have to do all the same things. You still have to go to work. You still have to pay your bills. Gas is still the same price. Like, you know, nothing's changing with your worldview. So why did you just axe and chop up your life like that for something that doesn't even impact you? Like, whether it's this way or that way, you know? And that's kind of how I feel about politics. It's like it's always going to be, we're still citizens of the country, you know, like we're still just the cogs on the ground.
Anything that separates you from your
Yeah.
people is usually not a good thing.
Yeah.
Like, I've dealt with a lot of people that I've known that have substance abuse and shit like that, and that's like the first thing they do is where they distance themselves.
Yeah.
And what they're really doing is that they don't want to be around anybody that's gonna be like, are you okay? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
sort of make
Yeah.
you face your shit.
That's right. Yeah, because deep down they know that it's not cool or whatever.
Yeah, that's how we fall into niches, man. That's how we fall into little tribes.
Yes. Yeah. And it was interesting. Like, even just recently, there was this someone walked around New York or some city somewhere in the US asking people about crypto, like what they knew about it. And to my surprise, or not surprise, but like, I was glad to see that a lot of people are still clueless. Like, people don't know really what's going on, you know?
Yeah,
And that's how you know it's still early. Like, there hasn't been mass adoption yet. It's getting better. Like, it's definitely on the path to that. But like, it's kind of like if you were to walk around in 1991 asking people on the street about what the internet's all about. Like, they might have heard whispers about it in the paper or whatever, but no one really knew. Like, it hadn't revolutionized everything yet. But
You ever seen those old
yeah.
clips from when the internet came out on the news, where like the newscasters were like, "Yeah, it's like you've seen it, right? It's like a circle with an A in it, and this is like an email address or something." Like, they were so dumbfounded by like what a web page was.
Yep. And the older generations laughing about it and saying that it was just like a trend or like a gimmick or something. Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't look great, guys. I can't lie to you about it. So we broke that downtrend, which is cool, right? We came back and we've retested that downtrend, right? So if you're a bull, I could see how you could look at this and say, you know, so you're saying that there's a chance, but we keep just putting in bearish structure, right? Like, if we're gonna go, we need to go. Yeah, I mean, even here, we're just putting in a small bear flag. Well, I want to say small because of the size of the flag, but the size of the pole is significant. Pause.
No doubt. Yeah, it ain't looking hot right now. That's cool. Like, you roll with the punches if you're an investor. If you're a trader, every day's great, really. Just gearing up for the next move or whatever, the swing or.
None of this is anything we haven't talked about either. But we got to see. If we get above this 5, then we can get that vector recovery that we were talking about earlier on the 15. But seeing how UK reacts to Asia's 50% line here is going to be important. As of right now, we have several measured moves that take us between 1034 and 1037. Multiple.
Seeing how the stock market digests the next week CPI, and then not long after CPI we have an FOMC. We have a funds rate decision, which is likely to be a pause, but I get an update on to see if his language has changed at all or any new ideas that he says in his
We're gonna need
wrap up.
a damn body language expert to analyze them at this point.
It's the same. Yeah, it is the same thing each time, really. There's not too much different.
Nah, he's very careful with his words.
I can almost recite what the dual mandate is now. Like it's
Right.
been watching him say it that many times. Does it stable job? No, stable prices and maximum employment and stable prices or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah. Which those two, I know that you can get them in harmony, but they kind of almost contradict each other because if everyone's in stable, like if everyone's employed, that drives demand. Like everyone's got money to go splash around. But I guess the challenge would be to create enough industry to meet that demand.
The balance
That's
is
where you
what
get
they
the stability.
the balance is what they
Yeah.
strive for.
Yeah. Yep. See, we're still. I feel like COVID was like, okay, we have a pool. It's nice and still. It's calm. COVID was like throwing a big rock or a brick into the middle of the pool, and it's been this big splash, and we're still waiting for everything to settle back down the waters. Yeah, and there's always something to like disturb the peace in the economy. Like there's always a splash. But yeah, we're still dealing with it. We're still coming back down off that inflation peak. See, this is the interesting thing. Would the Fed have a 4.5% interest rate, which is where it's at right now, if we came up to 2.3% after being around 2% for the last 5 years? Probably not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, should we really have it this tight? I don't think so. I think they're like I agree with Trump in the fact that they're being extremely slow about it. Like they're being very paranoid about their response. Like I don't know.
Well,
Like
he
obviously
learned that
Trump.
lesson from his mentor, right, from Volkner, the acting too soon, right? What
Right.
happens
Yeah.
when you act
Better
too
to.
soon and then inflation becomes entrenched because people lose
Yeah.
faith in the Fed, right?
Mm.
Remember, go back to what I was saying about this being a legacy play. He can't
Yeah.
wait for history to write this one. Like it can't be a 10-year thing, right? He will get blamed for that he'll get blamed for the entire recession. I think the goal is to get things right before the recession, so that he can kind of be
Yeah.
like, "Look, guys, I fixed it, and yeah, it's not on me anymore."
Yeah. I mean, like
He's
obviously
doing
if
the
you're
adult thing. He's not doing the fun
yeah.
thing. He's not doing the thing that we want, but he is being the adult.
Mm. Like I know he's the head of the FOMC, but I know that there's a board of like there's a whole board of people that
Mm-hmm.
are in that committee, right? And they all collude and meet and figure out where they're going to go.
Yeah,
So
they
I'm
come
sure
to
maybe Powell
consensus.
does. Yeah, Powell would have ideas, and maybe he gets directed in a certain way, or like they make him rethink his approach or where his head's at, or vice versa. Like maybe
Yeah,
it is collaborative, and he's just the one that comes out and spits out what they've come to, like as a group. But yeah, like I don't know, like is there more power as him as the chair? Like I don't know, I'm not sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
He gets a bigger vote.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It all kind of lands on him, right? That's why he comes out and speaks, and he does speak about the other chairs. And we get through the dot plot, we see where everybody's at. For the most
Yeah.
part, you don't see a lot of disagreement.
Mm-hmm. it makes you think, like, in the past, like with presidents, right? How many sort of sit back and really rely and depend on their advisors and their, like, the people around them, or versus the presidents that are a lot more proactive and active and have their own. Like, I would imagine Trump is very much like I've got the like these ideas and I'm going to push for them, but I don't think he would be like one to sit back and look for advice on things, you know, depending on the topic. But yeah,
Yeah.
he seems pretty engaged. He seems pretty active.
One of the things that you hear people say about him, that have gone into meetings with him, is that he usually has the ear of the last person he spoke to.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
like, if the guy countering your opinion had a meeting with him right before he's about to make his decision, pretty much screwed, you know? So I don't know if that means
Yes.
that he's really, I mean, remember your advisors, you put your advisors in, right? So these
Yeah.
are people that you
Yeah.
trust, their word.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, you're
him,
not
I can
expected to
imagine
know
him being like,
absolutely.
no, look, this is what I think and this is it, you know?
Yeah, yeah. He would have the final word, I'm sure. But yeah, like, I'm sure a president coming in wouldn't know absolutely all the ins and outs of every facet of
Mm-mm.
society and economy. They need advisors to give them the intel. Like,
Mm-hmm.
they would get briefed a lot on all sorts of things. And then it's like, okay, Mr. President, what are we going to do? Here's my advice. You've got the word, kind of thing. Or at least your cabinet, your team has the, it's the strategy. You come up with a strategy to deal with this issue or whatever.
His chief of staff, yeah, it's funny, TM was just saying handlers, which is basically the chief of staff. The lady that's chief of staff, she's tough, yo. Older lady. And she when he got elected, they asked her like what was her main, what did she think her main role was? And she said control access to the president. She said my
Oh, yeah.
main job is to keep the wrong people out of the Oval Office. It's like, you remember the
Yeah.
first presidency was crazy, bro. You had the mattress king guy in there, and like, it was like a circus, bro. They were bringing everybody through there. It's been a lot more sort of organized and focused. Nah, I think she's holding it together. I like her.
Yeah, that's good. I kind of wonder if Gary Gensler still takes interest in, like, what's going on. I suppose he would. Like, he was the head of the SEC at the time, and he would have had a lot of interest in what was happening around him. It was his job to, I suppose. But now that he's out of that, it's like, yeah, you have the ability to totally disconnect and just forget about it all. Or yeah.
Man, I don't know.
Could be.
But you know, one of the
Yeah, it's hard to
great,
say.
like one of the best parts of Trump being president is that I no longer have to think what's going on in Gary Gensler's head.
Oh yeah.
How many years I spent worried about what this man was thinking and what his next move was.
No. See, that's what made 2022 difficult, because
Yeah, I
crypto
mean, all right, we should be good now, you two. I mean, it was the way they went about it, right? Like, so the biggest complaints, like when Coinbase and everybody went in front of Congress, they were calling it regulation by legislation. They were calling it regulation by litigation. So they would come in and be like, prove that these aren't securities. And it's like, wait, that's not how. You know what I mean? Like that's not how it works. Like prove that they are securities, and then we'll pay the fine. But like, you haven't even told us what the rules are, and then you're telling us prove you didn't break them. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Very unfair. It's like bringing someone to court. Prove you didn't do the crime.
Yeah,
Prove you
bro.
didn't do this. It's
It's
like,
almost
what? What are
impossible.
you talking about? It's like, yeah, we don't know the rules either. We'll make them up to sort of corner you and trap you into, you know, we'll cut you down pretty much.
Bro, they were begging for rules. They're just like, just show us where the borders are, so we can stay within
Yeah.
them. Just give us a rough outline.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of makes you think, well, it's obvious he was making it up as he went, Gensler. He was just, they were active in looking for things to go chase down and
Yeah.
stamp out, but yeah, kind of making it up as they went. With crypto, at least. Kind of makes you wonder, were they busy with the stock market at all? It seems like they were just hell bent on crypto, like it was like the stock market. Oh, nothing to see here. Everything's, you know, squeaky clean. There's no
Nobody seems to be
Made
worried about making
Madoff.
money during those years. I don't know. It was weird.
Hmm.
Like one thing I could say, at least when Republicans are in charge, everybody's trying to get to the bag. It's like it seems like during the other, you know, when Democrats are in charge, more social issues take the sort of highlight,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, all right,
Yeah,
well,
no,
when are we
I
gonna start
agree.
talking about like making more money?
Yeah. Like money does, when you're talking about achieving goals and having the power to do things to help people, money's
Of course,
the trick. That's the tool that makes the world go round, really. In our society, in modern society, like it's the grease. And if, yeah, highlighting issues and things that don't generate money, or, you know, that don't have that as a prime objective, it's like, well, what are you achieving really, other than opinions? And like, yeah, shaping culture, like it was like they were shaping, more concerned about shaping people, like the way, like world views and
keeping people fighting, bro, is the easiest way to keep people fighting. That's all it
yeah,
is.
it's true. Yeah, and this is why I like crypto and Bitcoin, is because it's not like, it's not bound by borders. It's an international, it's not from a place, you know. It's elusive in that sense, which is awesome. It
It
is like, I
shouldn't
know
be.
that.
They're trying to make it though with all this American
Yeah.
cryptos, or you know,
Oh yeah.
or
Yeah.
we're gonna make
It's like
America the crypto capital. Like, bro,
the
that's
greatest.
like,
Yeah,
yeah, this
yeah.
is not how this works, guys. This is not what the intention was.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, go ahead. Let them fight over it. Let them accumulate. That's fine. Let them think that they can control this thing.
Yeah.
I feel like I should just leave the chart like this overnight.
What time is it where you are? 7, 6, 5, 4, 4:49 a.m. or something?
Yeah, yeah, it's about to be 5. Yeah, I'm ready to go to
Yeah.
sleep now. I gotta reset the stream and then I'm call it.
The way I figure it is that you count 2 hours ahead, your time, and then flip the AM PM, and that's my time.
Uh,
So 2 hours ahead of you, and then flip it from AM to PM or whichever one you're at. Yeah. I'm sure they would know, like, through the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it's like, what sector of the economy is pulling inflation up still, or is really tough to get that funnel? Is it food? Is it transport? Is it, housing? Like, what's the sector? Education? Like, I don't know, defense?
yeah.
Something. Someone's spending money somewhere still a lot. And it's inflation's still staying up stubborn.
That's why CBDCs are such a dream for them, right? Because
Oh
we
yeah, because
talked
they can
about they only have
pinpoint.
two
Mm,
tools, right? They can only print more money or raise rates, lower rates. With CBDCs,
mm.
you could literally punish using your money at a certain spot, right? Ten
Yeah.
percent,
Yeah.
10% if you use it on energy, or you get a 5% discount if you use it on food and housing. So if you pay your
Mm.
rent with it and you use it on housing, you get a 10% discount. And for this month, you can't buy any
Yeah.
electronics.
Yeah.
They'd have full control. They'd be able to pull the levers and move the economy exactly
Stabilize
how they
more.
wanted. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that is an interesting way to think about it.
And they can make you get up and go to work because the money is also um it can have an expiration date, right? So you can get a job that says, hey, we'll pay you a certain amount, or if you take expiring, then we'll pay you this much, but it has to be spent by the end of the month. Most people are
Yeah.
going to take that money because they need more money, and they'll just spend it by the end of the month, and they'll just be slave wage, like, to whatever company they're in, be stuck there forever.
Yeah. Are you when you go check the data of like when the CPI drops, which site do you usually get that from? Or like, because I use
Forex
forexfactory.com.
Factory
Like
is good.
that's just
Yeah.
yeah. So when they push out a forecast of figures, where are they pulling that forecast from? Like who produces the figure?
It comes
Is it
from it. There's let me see if I can find the spot.
I wonder if it still comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics
Yeah,
or
yeah,
is
it
it
comes
more of
from
like
when they're
a
what they project, their projections basically.
yeah.
There's other ones that are like Forex Factory, but I think that they pass it through certain filters where they try to sort of dissect the
Mm.
data for you, and I kind of just like the raw data. Just tell me what what the bureau
Oh
believes.
yeah. 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 Or just be patient for the actual drop of the data when it actually hits. Yeah.
You home already?
Yeah, I'm back. I am back in the seat.
Look at my
Yep.
chart.
All right. I'll dial in. I'll plug in via my computer. Let's do that. I'll switch to my. There we are. Okay, I'm gonna open up stream. Oh, atomic explosion.
I just figured I'd cover all the bases.
Yeah.
We don't know what the FUD is gonna be, but just we'll insert news story there and
What's the Asian dude's name again? The Chinese president or prime minister?
Xing Chao Xing.
Chao Zhang
This
or
guy's
something
name.
like that.
It's Zai. Hold on.
Yeah, I can't.
You ever get asked a question and then it's like you're on the spot and your
Yeah,
brain goes
I'll find it
completely
out.
blank. Xi Ping.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Xi Jinping.
Yeah.
That's right. Yep. 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 Yep.
Yo, you know that
Xi, I
happens
don't
to
know
me
how
with the
to pronounce it.
police. If
Xi
I,
Jinping.
you when
Oh,
you get
yeah,
stopped,
when he gets put on the spot.
bro. Sometimes, and I don't know
Oh,
if this happens to everybody. You get stopped, and then they'll be like, first question, which is crazy. Is this your car?
oh.
Bro,
Yep. And you have to think
I
about it.
swear to God,
Yeah.
sometimes I'm like, bro, is this my car? Did I steal this car? Start looking around.
If, dear Lord help me, if I ever have to go and testify in court, even if I'm not like the one on the chopping block, you know what I mean? Like, because my memory of events and things and time is like patchy, man. I don't even know. I can't. I'm not very specific like that about time. I can't even tell you what happened last week. Really, like, I have no idea.
Crypto does that to you. It all blends in.
Yeah, exactly. I'd have to have time to prepare, like think about the topic and get my shit straight. Ah, sailor.
Yeah, I think we got it all covered. Trump will say
Yeah,
something. Powell will do something. We'll get some tether FUD. More scares. Sailors getting
That's
margin
great.
called or some shit.
Yep. There's no doubt about it. We are in a downtrend off that high.
Yeah,
No denying that.
the problem
The
is that
macro is fine.
our overall range, right? Like we're literally still inside that weekend trap.
Oh yeah.
So we could easily hit bottom and come right back up. You know, but we did break that bearish channel, that bear flag. So
Oh yeah, that bear flag.
you know, now we're just sort of mapping that drop. And that measured move takes us through all of the FUD to 100K.
Yep. Clear out that whatever liquidity situations we have going on. Yeah, there really is like a bright spot looking at the heat maps right below us.
Yeah, there's just so much there. Like if we just take all this shit off the chart. You know?
It's pretty hot.
Let's see if there's any buy orders ready to catch price. All right.
Yeah, where's James Win at?
They're back. They weren't there before, but they're back. It's good.
Ah.
And
So they're ready to catch it, huh?
102 all the way down to 102. It's pretty solid. And then
Ooh, big
right
rise.
at 97 is when it starts to.
Yeah, if you turn it to 1 hour, you'll see the sell wall above.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right
171
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sell wall is no joke. That's what I'm saying. So this is
true.
a perfect sort of example of what I'm saying about can we go up to all-time high? Can we attempt it? Yeah. But do we have More buyers? Do we have more momentum? Do we have more sentiment? Do we have more anything than the last time we tried to get over these sell walls? We don't. We got to come down to get that. And then, now we come down and pick up some buyers, and now everybody's sort of moving in the same. You said on the hourly? Yeah. Nasty work. The biggest money is set in sell walls above us, for
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, at this stage of where Bitcoin's at, I don't feel like there's any clear answers yet. Like if everyone's kind of like landlocked, like we're stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment. Like there's not enough fear to dump everything out. There's just not that environment. And we just don't have the demand stepping in right now. It's just not there. It's busy being somewhere else.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's still
that's what I
like
was saying.
gold's still doing a
We're
thing.
mid FOMO, like too much FOMO to sell, not enough FOMO to buy.
Yeah. It's like indecision.
Yeah, so you're waiting for the next person to pump your bag, or you're waiting for the next person to sell. Like, okay, we're gonna sell, so like, give me a sign. Just give me a sign. The problem is, if we do come down, it's probably gonna be quick, and then by the time they decide, okay, let's sell, whoop, right back up.
Yeah. Big spike.
Right back up.
Like
what we're
what
talking
did it take
about
us-
technically is coming to these levels.
Hmm.
Like, just to look at it on the naked chart real quick. Like, we're talking about coming
Yeah.
down to the bottom of these wicks
Mhm.
and catching. And then worst case scenario, if that doesn't play, you're looking at 97. But I mean, guys, again, I have to go to the weekly. Ask you, how did you want this to play out?
Yeah.
How many green weeks in a row would have been okay?
6, I think.
You know what I mean? Like, we're upset about these two
Oh,
red weeks.
yeah.
Like, how many green weeks in a row would have been okay? Would have been acceptable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, to see relief off it. Yeah.
Like, come on, guys. We got all-time high,
And-
highest monthly close. And more importantly, you see where we are right here? You see these tops?
Oh yeah.
If we can
Yep.
close this monthly candle above that, then we've turned that into support, which means we have 3 days. So in my dream
And I think
scenario,
that's-
we come down to this wick, which is all we're talking about. We come down to this wick and we pop back up within the next 3 days
Yeah.
and close with a big doji candle right on support. Bullish.
I'm
Yep.
sure we can
Another-
we can do that on Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm
Or
sure we'll try
or go sideways and do it next month. But I mean next week.
And-
but I don't want to.
Another
do that.
interesting time frame is the quarterly time frame, so 3 monthly, because we're in the final month of Q2, so like the 3-month.
Mhm.
And look all the way down there, like we're fairly elevated above the
Oh,
record
yeah.
quarterly
That's
close
safe.
or open. Yeah,
93.7
pretty
is
good.
safe.
That's down to 93, so at least we're progressing from a quarterly basis. Yeah, so that's cool. Healthy. It looks healthy to me.
This whole thing started with probably a stopping volume candle. I'm gonna laugh if it was.
Dude, that highlights how beautiful and strong that bull market was, how much easier that ride up was.
Yep.
Look, it's like 4 consecutive quarters of up. Yeah, that's quite easy.
This was very
And that was
stair-stepped.
QE.
Yeah, this was
it was
definitely QE.
a lot of indecision, and it was a more gradual and like cautious like growth.
This is what happens
Some
when
might argue that
people.
that's healthier.
This is what happens when people that are used to being happy with less profits come into the game.
Yeah.
Also, right? I mean,
Yeah,
they're
satisfied
25%
with-
year over year. They're like
Yeah.
throwing parties for themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you do a 5% net profit for the year, that's awesome.
If I make
For a Wall
25%
Street
this
person.
year, I gotta quit.
Ooh.
Gotta quit and start over, do something else, find something else to do in my life. I would consider myself with the tools that I have and the skill that I have. There's no way, bro. That would be hard, bro. From 4 year to 4 year, I shoot for 10x on my portfolio. That's my baseline.
Yeah,
from
that's pretty
cycle to
cool.
cycle.
And you know what is still giving me a lot of optimism is if you look at the US stock indices like the Dow Jones, the Nasdaq, the S&P, the Russell, they're all very strong right now. They're like knocking on the door of their all-time highs. Well, at least the Nasdaq and the S&P are.
Yep.
So that's not screaming run for the hills, run for cover. Definitely not.
Everything makes higher highs, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, we're kind of just waiting in the wings. Waiting in the wings. I do really like how Ethereum has held up in the past, couple of weeks, man.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right
that's been
now.
cool.
This
It's nice
range
and
has
strong.
been annoying, but not if you remember how scary it was at 1300.
Yep.
But yeah, this for the most part's been going sideways, Al. You said what? Descending triangle in the 5-minute, 15-minute.
Descending. Is that someone in the YouTube comments?
Yeah, somebody in the YouTube was asking.
Yeah.
I don't see it unless you're looking in really, really small time frame, like unless you're just right here. Right.
But what's really cool about Ethereum is check out the ascending triangle on the daily chart. Like that thing's epic. That's where you get your confidence from. The ascending on the daily is really beautiful.
And this whole thing, the way it's held up is great.
Yeah. It's definitely not weak. It's like knocking on the door of price growth.
But yeah, on this small time frame, the way that you would measure them out is have your bottoms. These tend to break up more than anything. But they have an equal measure to the downside, right? So you would put your measured move where your break is, and your measured move is the widest part of your triangle, right? From base to the widest part, that on the break, wherever that happens to be. But remember, the bullish percentage isn't really that much. Actually, you know what? Let's take this as a teachable moment. And let's go to Discord and go to our chart patterns. Yep. And we'll find our something triangle. In here somewhere. Might be a teachable moment for me to include this shit in the damn. Oh, here we go. Right, so when it comes from an uptrend, you would expect a down move. When it comes from a range, like we're looking at now, it's closer to 50-50. Right, but if you come in, it'll show you chances of breaking up, 61%. During a bull market, during a bear market, it's down to 57%. Chances of breaking down during a bull market, 65%. Chances of breaking down during a bear market, 62%. Lets you know how to measure it from the highest point to the lowest low. Tells you what the percentage chances are of it breaking, of it hitting its full measured move, half of its measured move, twice its measured move. So it's a good resource, especially if you're doing some TA and, you know, you feel like you've identified a pattern. Just come on to chart patterns, pull it up, throw it on a side screen. So, like I said, with it not being from a clear uptrend or downtrend, which for the most part it isn't, you can sort of treat it as a symmetrical, which if you really were to draw this out the way it should be asymmetrical. It should be a symmetrical that's already broken. Right? If you came and you drew this pattern from earlier, you'd have had your uptrend, you'd have had your downtrend, not really asymmetrical, but it's a wedge. And then you'd have had your breakout and you're waiting for your retest now. But if you were just for argument's sake, if you were looking at the flat, that measured move to the downside would be taken the same way. Right? From the highest point to the lowest low in the pattern, placed at the base. So what's important about patterns is, you know, the measured moves are important, but the most important part is breaking out of the pattern, right? Being in the pattern doesn't give you the go signal to take the trade, right? Unless you are riskier and you say, okay, I think it's going to break out, I'm going to buy the bottom of these ranges. But the power in the pattern comes in the confirmations, right? You don't have to guess whether this is going to go up or down. You're already tight, and it doesn't matter whether you buy this top or buy this bottom. What's important is if you get the break and you get the confirmation. So if this does break up, right, then you'd be looking for that retest. That retest is your confirmation. That holds with high volume, then you take that trade up to that measured move. Same thing reverse. If this breaks down, a breakdown itself doesn't matter. There's deviations out of patterns, right? But a breakdown and a retest, right? That's the actionable move right there. And then you break the lows.
You know, that measured move takes you to a higher time frame trend line, I would say, if that is around 2,500-ish.
Yeah, it takes you to the top of this range, basically. A little bit past it. But we've been in this range, and the trend is your friend to the end, right? So you have to assume, and like we said about trends, deviations below, deviations above, right? As above, so below. So when you have a range and you get a deviation out of it, and the price comes back into that range and confirms, then we look for our top side deviation. There's typically a yin. Yeah, there's typically a yin to the yang, right? So like one of my favorite plays is being in an established trade, getting a liquidity sweep out of that range. I mean, an established range, getting a liquidity sweep out of that, and then taking the long from that deviation to the top side deviation as an exit. Sometimes it takes a long time. Sometimes you got to deal with some bullshit, but for the most part, you know.
But can you see that macro trend? See your deviation on the bottom, the very, like the lowest point there. Yeah, in there, that cluster. The lowest price in there, if that was linked up as a trend line to the more recent low, yeah, like take it away. Yeah, over that, that's a yes.
Yeah.
And look, that gets you your measured movers coming down and very close to getting.
Yeah, it'd be a good spot to hold support for sure. You know, that and the fact that, you know, if we just to visualize it.
Yeah. And the zone,
That amount of support that's right there. and then the clear resistance or supply that we're encountering up here, right? That's your playing field. You have to assume until further data that if price comes down, it's going to come down to support. If price comes up, it's going to come up to resistance. It's going to, because that's the trend, right? That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
If we get another deviation and we pop back in, then we know how to play that. You know, but chances are that yeah, we've got some pretty good levels to hold. We've got support at 254. We've got that uptrend at 255, 2505, and then the major support at 245. I think if
Yeah.
Bitcoin comes down
There's
to that
reasons.
100K, we get that 245.
Yeah.
All right, let's figure out how to leave it for overnight. Restart the stream. All right, so we invalidated this bear flag. Let's see how UK deals with this mean reversion. Liquidations. There we go. Yeah, I know, right, Sample? That didn't last long. I had a normal sleep schedule for like one day.
This week off work has been so good to able to just like unwind and dial into the charts a bit more.
It's always good. Catch back up.
Yep. Just looking at the way that we fell from the tariff like situation, all of that, pretty much the fall ever since the inauguration to the bottom of 74, 75K, just seeing how we finally get out of that kind of trending, like, you know, bear flag, bear flag, bear flag, just lower, 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 lower. And just the fashion that we can turn it around, you know. It was a beautiful W at that.
Yeah,
That
makes you
74.
look forward to the next bear market.
Yeah. Yep.
Welcome, brother. Thanks for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Welcome to the family. All right, I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, man.
Let me leave a little bit of room for some magic.
Yeah. For some price action. Candle development. so you can't quite put your charts on automatic, otherwise things will squash.
Oh man, you don't even want to see what this shit looks like on automatic. Well, actually, it's not that bad. But yeah, usually it completely
bit
just
squeezy.
shrinks everything.
Yeah, your visibility goes out the window.
The game that I play every night, like, set the chart up
Hmm.
to where at the extremes the price doesn't go off the chart.
Yeah, and you know that you've got enough hours to
Yeah.
where you're not going to run off the page. with
So that's a
candles.
cheat code. If you ever want to see if I'm not feeling confident, like the chart will look like this. Be like a massive
Yeah.
spread.
Big expansion, yeah. Or contraction. Jeez. Yeah.
Because we have seen that in the previous week, the page ran out and the price was high.
Yeah,
And it
bro, I
went up and up
lose
and
on
up.
days like that. I lose, bro.
It ran off the chart.
That's a loss.
Yeah.
That's a loss for me.
It was funny though. Drew was there the day. He was there. So he was shouting rocket, rocket, rocket. And we were looking at our own charts.
Yeah.
Not your chart. We can't see anything. All we are watching is the dominance.
You know, I had I don't know, this is it could be seen as like a security weakness or a backdoor to your computer, but there are softwares that let you control your computer from your phone if you're away from home. You know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
you can use your mouse and you can bring up a keyboard on your phone and
Yeah,
like
yeah.
like
Yeah, you
remote
can
control
link.
computer.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can link your device here, your
Yeah.
mobile with your computer. Yeah.
But then you have to trust the app and the fact that
Yeah, but
you know that
I will
connection's secure.
never do that. I will never do that.
Yeah.
Especially with the
Yeah,
Microsoft.
you wouldn't want to link it up to like the terminal that you do all your trading and your wallet affairs
Oh
on, you
no,
know.
nothing, nothing. You know, the
Possibly
computer I
not.
trade
Yeah.
on, the computer I trade on, there's no
Hmm.
app on it, no software, no nothing.
Yeah.
So it's
It's
just
sterilized,
connected.
in other
Yeah,
words.
sterilized. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
sterile. It's a sterile
yeah.
environment. Yeah. Yeah.
Sometime
Fair enough.
my children
Oh.
ask me to open this website, or it's our school website, our college or uni. You have to download this PDF. I said, never on this
Yeah.
computer, girl.
Yeah,
Never.
do it on the yeah. Do it on the buffer, the computer.
Yeah. And
The family computer.
and I have a phone, which is in our country. There is a rule that you have to, if you buy a new phone, you have to be approved by the government. Otherwise, it's not going to be listed. You can't be able to use the SIM card on the phone. So I'm using
I see.
the non-approved phone for these apps. So it's not in
Oh,
the
okay.
radar. So it's not in the
Yeah.
radar. So it's much secure than the approved phone.
Right.
So it's way.
That's
So
good.
yeah,
You're as
that's the
under the
two
radar as
platform.
possible.
Yeah, yeah, under the
Mm.
radar they can track you. I mean,
Yep.
in the crypto, you have your wallets, you have your keys, you have your, I mean, different things you have there, your banking apps and everything. So on
Mm.
non-approved phone, they can't track you because they
Mm-hmm.
don't have your EMI number. Or,
Sure. And this really highlights why ETFs were necessary
yeah,
for getting bigger players involved because there just wasn't the product there attractive enough to create
yeah,
a secure environment to be involved in crypto. Like it just
yeah,
Coinbase is great and everything, but look, man, they didn't even have a wraps on their customer support. Like it's offshore somewhere. Like that's a loose end, you know.
yeah, yeah,
So then it's not a tight ship. But if you have an insured agent, like broker or a bank or something, that's you know on the in your jurisdiction, like in your country, like at least you've got someone to go to if something happens. Like you got some
yeah,
kind of backup or way to get back in or recovery or Yeah. Banks will have like a fraud squad like in them, like a security team that are monitoring all this kind of thing. Yeah.
But my country, they are they are willing to, Trump somehow able to convince government to go for the cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
So
That
let's see.
kind of gives me the thought, like, or that vein of thought where banks aren't all evil. You know, there
Yeah.
are, they do provide certain services and things that we like enjoy, like the security. You can go to a
Yeah.
branch, like, you know what I mean? Like there is that customer service aspect. You can go
Yeah. Yeah.
get a loan if you don't have whatever upfront. Like there's that service to it. Yeah. You don't get that with crypto yet. I mean,
Yeah.
I think a hybrid between the two, like what makes both great, if you can marry that up, that's going to be an awesome
Yeah.
product. You know, that's
Yeah.
going to
Awesome.
attract, yeah. Like we don't want the bank corruption. We don't want that. Like where they're treating us like, you know, pawns to go rake money off and whatever. Like because obviously banks exploit the fact that people need that service, so they're making money, fractional reserve banking, like all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's the ugly side to banking, but there is like the where it is a necessary service. But yeah, and like the bank collapses, that's kind of scary too.
Yeah.
If there's like a total economic collapse, it's like shit. Man, 2008 would have been wild. I mean, I just heard you like of the age where you hear about it on the news only. Like you don't have any, like I didn't have assets or money at that time, but hearing about yeah, people that were in the game, like in the stocks and whatnot, that would have been
Yeah.
pretty
They've been
brutal.
wrecked. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's a very delicate situation, like the way the subprime mortgage market, like you know, the housing and everything, just
You know,
a house
it's
of
very,
cards.
yeah, it's very common in the Western world, these mortgage system and loans and these kinds of stuff.
Mm.
But in my country, people don't do mortgage on homes. I mean, more than 95%, they are all by their own money.
All right, like bought out